Ladies and gentlemen, we are being told that there's a huge queue outside of our participants and delegates who are making their way into the venue. But we will be getting started, so may I recommend and request all of you I would like to welcome you all to the Future Summit. It is such a delight to see so many familiar faces and so many unfamiliar faces, but all of them protected by the face mask, which is something that I would continue requesting you to do throughout the day. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Future Summit. This brings together one of the most influential thinkers and movers and shakers of the Pakistan corporate industry, and of course our policy makers, the real policy influencers. We have a lot of surprises and wonderful conversations packed for today, but we'd like to formally begin with the recitation of the Holy Quran.
Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد.
Jazakallah khairan. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to kindly rise for the national anthem of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I believe everyone around the world take inspiration from their national anthem, but I'm particularly very fond of the words of the lyrics of our national anthem, the part where they say that this flag of the crescent and the star, let it be the symbol of our progress and our excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the future, it is definitely fluid at any point in time. So to envision and to bring together some of the most brilliant minds of the country under one roof and to try and see what the future holds is definitely a big task. And we are very privileged to have amongst us the founders who came up with the vision, and they have been going strong, as today we bring to you the 5th Future Summit. And for those of us who are joining online, I must also once again reiterate that this is a hybrid gathering. Not only it is the four walls of this room, but we are also connected with hundreds and thousands of people on our social portals. We are being watched live right now on the Nutshell Group Facebook page, the Martindale Facebook page, and also the Nutshell Forum YouTube channel. And they are connected with perhaps the best of the best minds in the country, both at every level, in the policy making, in the policy influencing corridors, and of course, the real movers and shakers themselves. The last 2 years, 2.5 years, have certainly fast forwarded by, and it has given us a new realization of what the future can be. Despite our best plans, it can look very different. There can be COVID, there can be pandemics, there can be the whole logistics route and supply chains of the world being affected. So how do you actually navigate your way through is the prevalent theme that we'll be bringing into focus in this day and a half. But more importantly, ladies and gentlemen, we must acknowledge future, present, and the past. It's incomplete without collaborations. When teams and like-minded people and organizations come together, miracles can happen. And today we must acknowledge we have with us the three founders who, of course, are present with us and will be enlightening us with their thoughts as well. Please give it up. Please give a big round of applause to the one and only, the founder of Nutshell Forum, and presently also the Minister of State and the Chairman of Board of Investment, Mr. Asfar Ehsan. Following the legacy of his visionary father and presently the chairman of Martindale Group, Mr. Ali Akhai. And of course, one of the most forward-looking, collaborative and future-oriented organizations of Pakistan, and also our platinum sponsors for this conference, ladies and gentlemen, the president and the CEO of Engro Corporation, Mr. Riaz Khan. Their support and patronage over the years has helped the Future Summit to grow into one of the most powerful, influential platforms of the country. And I must remind you, if you're picking up truth bombs and nuggets of wisdom throughout the day and a half, please feel generous enough to share it on all your social media networks as well. And for that, please use the hashtag The Future Summit or hashtag TFS. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, we'd like to invite one of our founders and one of the key forces in terms of his individual contribution and also his organizational presence for the opening remarks and to officially kickstart the Future Summit 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of Martindale Group, Mr. Ali Akhai.
Thank you, Sidra, for the introduction. Chief Executive Strategic Engagement, Nutshell Group, retired Air Chief Marshal Suhail Aman Saab, Minister of State and Chairman Board of Investment, Mr. Asfar Ehsan, elite speakers, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you. Welcome to the Future Summit. And thank you all for being here today. And thank you, Nutshell Group, for co-hosting Future Summit with Martindale. This summit comes at an opportune time when the global playing field has a new environment with new rules. The summit's theme, What's Coming Next, is possibly the most important subject for the next 10 years, as it addresses life in the world as we know it. There is a lot to debate and even more to accept the realization of change. Just like at the beginning of the pandemic, entrepreneurs were focused on being resilient to adapt and survive the changes that were coming forth due to COVID. We had to turn to see the trends and opportunities of crisis such as digitization and remote work. Today, after 2 years of the pandemic, the change still continues and has become a constant part of the new normal. Importantly, What's coming next is a higher standard of competing in quality, localization, consolidation, digitization, adaptability, and of course, rapid and constant change. What these 2 years have taught us is that we have revolutionized manufacturing and logistics, especially in healthcare, in terms of the kind of responses our doctors and professionals on the front line have provided us. We all owe them incredible gratitude. One of the things that will come out of this is that we'll rethink healthcare all around the world. The kind of work and efforts in bringing new drugs and vaccination and the constant fight against the pandemic for the patients and against the new variants will keep arising. New research is ongoing at pharma companies, at research-led hospitals and medical universities, with the turnaround time of healthcare increasing because of the continuous fight against the pandemic. Last year marked the end of 2021, and we hoped things would be different this year. Yes, the economy has started to grow, and COVID has become the new normal. Travel has changed completely, with PCR and COVID certificates becoming our passports for traveling. Work from home, whether it's COVID-related or not, has become the new normal. Supply chain issues have made it very important that localization should be the next focus point. Adaptability, flexibility, taking care of each other's health, and empathy has become very important. We began 2021 anticipating the vaccine rollout and a post-COVID economic recovery. However, we have ended the year with an incredibly contagious variant, Omicron, and a global shortage of everything, and an economy plagued by inflation. Yet, we are hopeful. We have accepted these challenges and accepted this new normal, and we have found a way to adapt ourselves to respond to the dynamics of this event. In a world with an incipient hunger to recover what was lost with COVID, these are some of the biggest trends that we have all experienced. Remote working is effective, and those of us who succeed in the next year will be those who learn to navigate and adapt their ventures to a hybrid world that knows how to take advantage of both online and offline. We cultivated the hybrid model at Martindale, taking our teams into confidence, working with 50% essential staff at the office, giving them and their families the comfort and reassurance that every life matters. Being a manufacturer of essential products, our technical facilities were never shut. We implemented smart working that kept our teams safe and helped them produce efficiently. The next big subject will undoubtedly be the economic recovery. The crisis has led to the deaths of more than 5.3 million people globally. Some of these were bread earners for their families. Others lost their businesses, creating further unemployment, and some fell into poverty due to the pandemic. We need to create new opportunities and offer value to a society that's in need of recovery. Martindale stepped forward by introducing PayCon, an innovative initiative. The acronym is short for Pay Continuation, and this new initiative will help our colleagues' families to maintain an honorable standard of living in the event of loss of life while in our service. In the pandemic, the world experienced technological acceleration, with e-commerce leading the way in establishing new buying patterns. With everything digital, there has been a rapid growth in purchases of grocery, pharma products, and food deliveries. Therefore, we must embrace technology if we want to thrive in the future. Another factor is that constant reminder that we live in a risky situation. Companies that don't put wellness at the forefront of their talent strategy will find themselves in big trouble to recruit, retain, and empower the best people to create incredible teams. Maintaining good health has become a priority now. Today, people are spending more on themselves than ever before, and the speed and convenience of e-commerce has opened avenues of new flexibility. Spending patterns are changing, and people are working more on fitness to ensure they don't spend money on treating the disease. So, welcome to wellness. Wellness is now a $1.5 trillion market globally, and it's growing skywards. McKinsey research shows that consumers are interested in 6 wellness categories: health, fitness, nutrition, appearance, sleep, and mindfulness. I believe that mindfulness and the pursuit of mindfulness will become an essential part of how we live our lives. In the current environment, creating space for our mind and body to rest and relax will be the core to wellness. Overall, well-being has already become a work priority. In our organizations, let's not forget, our teams have suffered a lot in the last 2 years, from family losses to financial strain that has led to stress and anxiety. We have gone from digitizing the relationship between firm and customer to digitizing the relationship between employer and employee. It's time now to cultivate your talent and operate with a purpose. As always, it's the human element that makes the difference. Talent has always been the most important resource, and leading companies are showing how to develop them. They coach and empower small teams, deploy talent based on skill, and fill gaps through training and development. How companies treat their people now is really going to matter, as talent is becoming extremely scarce. Finally, leaders need to recognize that people want meaning in their lives and in their work. Previous research has found that companies with a strong sense of purpose outperform those that lack one. And those who say they live their purpose at work are simply better employees, more loyal, more likely to go extra mile, and less likely to leave. We have re-articulated our core values at Martindale, deriving them from inspiration and guidance of what we do best and what we believe in. People-centric is the basic pillar of our values, and the vision in identifying our values came from our team's insights on the bigger purpose of the organization. Stay close to the winds of the change in future technology, but stay closer to the heartbeat that defines our future generation. Never lose sight of that human touch. Most of us in this room understand what I speak of: the sheer ability to learn from each other, the sync of different cultures, the love and tolerance for your colleagues and neighbor, and the physical and mental stimulation that we need will differentiate the ordinary from the extraordinary. Thank you all for taking the time out and being with us here at the Future Summit. We have an amazing line of speakers today and tomorrow, and I'm sure you will have a great time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali, for those inspiring words. They truly articulated so beautifully what Martindale Group stands for when you say creating distinction for life. Ladies and gentlemen, as we've been talking about how life has changed so drastically in the last 2 years, of course, we are all struggling to navigate our way through it. But what I have learned in my little interaction with the people who design our defense strategy and some of our influences in that realm, it is really important to have air-mindedness, to sort of detach from what is happening around us and to take a bird's eye view. That's exactly what our lives and our businesses need right now. And to bring just that, because we are interested and enthusiastic about the use and development of that bird's eye view, our next speaker is here, who is a very important and integral part of the Nutshell Group, and of course will bring you his view of how to navigate this myriad right now, and of course, make the most of this altitude as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please put together your hands to welcome, for his welcome note and the leadership talk, the Chief Executive for Strategic Engagements at the Nutshell Forum, someone who's also has been entrusted with the important responsibility of serving as the Pakistan's Chief of Air Staff from 2015 to 2018. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Air Chief Marshal Suhail Aman.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My very respected seniors, mentors, I see so many of them here, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, good morning. What an exciting time to see the hall filled up again on the 5th summit, the Future Summit. It's so important to see everybody getting together to come through the new norm. There's so many thanks here for all of you to come and participate, and I'm privileged to welcome you all. Then the Nutshell team who organized this all together, the speakers, and of course so many partners coming here. And let's not forget the man who put each brick together for the last over 18 years to see the Nutshell, where it has come out to be now involved at absolutely strategic level, building policies, looking at public, private, and industry interface, and that's Asfar Ehsan. He's the man who kept his calm, entrusted with greater responsibilities, and we all wish him well, because the objective has always been one, and that's the nation and Pakistan. The line of speakers is absolutely thrilling, and I'm so excited that there'll be so much to learn in the next 2 days, and I'm here for this purpose. We're talking about the future, we're talking about the uncertainty. The scarlet thread here is that it's so much difficult to navigate in future. I studied in 2007 at the Royal College of Defence Studies in UK, highest seat of learning in defence. And 2017, 10 years down the line, I was addressing the same place. And I had only one topic. We predicted for 10 years what the future would be in 2007 and how wrong we were about predicting the future. Iraq wasn't the same. Afghanistan wasn't the same. But ladies and gentlemen, the point here is not how correctly we predict, how much do we brainstorm, how much we try and find out in that direction, and how do we modify our lives and the people with us. That's the crux of the whole thing. So let's try and navigate, let's try and see, but remember, the future will not be what you think it to be. The advent of technology, like it was said by Ali, is absolutely astonishing. But then it's not about the technology. It's about the leaders to understand the interface between the business and the technology. Where would it go? You may not be an IT or an artificial intelligence expert, but you need to really realize that impact. And with so much of change coming in now, you'll have to understand it better. You don't ride this boat, you miss this boat. And with the advent of COVID coming in, there'll be a lot of people who are talking about it, and I'm not going into detail, but the issue out here is that, yes, there's a new norm, we're struggling out of it. We must never undermine it. The way the variants are coming from one to the other, We will have to remain prepared as leaders to face those challenges. And एक wishful thinking हो सकती है कि it's gone, it's not. We, in our long-term strategies, will have to factor this in. And then it's about empowerment of people. It's about really communicating to people down to the lowest level. And it's about that ownership that you give to your people and to stay together. It's not the question of the layoffs. It's not the questions of, it's a question of times to build relationships. It's the time to bring ownership to the organizations and to your people. Believe you me, if you look after your people in that manner, your organizations are bound to succeed. There are no two ways about it, and we'll talk about this again. The power shift to the east is something that we must really know. It's nothing new about it. But then the good thing that we see out here is that in the government, there's a big realization of the public-private handshake. And look at the policy making in the wholesome. While the winds are on the back, Pakistan is on a positive note, and I'm very glad to see this happen. I've been asked to talk a few things about the leadership, and honestly, I'm going to give you a few of the experiences. You're all very rich on that, but only a few experiences, few insight to the whole thing. The leaders who sit here and across the globe, you're fortunate, you're lucky, you're chosen, because बहुत सारे दूसरे लोगों की ज़िंदगियाँ आपके साथ मुंसलिक हो गई, and you're going to drive their lives. You're going to make sure that their lives are done properly. Remember, it's the dreams of the leader which make him go through. Dreams are something which keep you awake. You keep thinking about it. That's where we need to go, and your dreams are the most important things which should happen. They motivate you. They motivate your people. And actually, Steve Jobs, I remember, one of his statements, he said, by the time you leave, you should have made a dent in the universe. And I think that's important. By the time you go, you should have made that difference in the world. Realities will be there, bureaucratic challenges. There'll be people who will laugh at you. There'll be people who say, this can't happen. And I remember one of a very beautiful saying at the top of an institution, fools who think they can change the world, dash, dash, they're the ones who change the world. So people will look at your challenges, people will say, how can this be done? But then remember, it's your dream which makes you go, and that's perfectly all right. You'll succeed, and we'll see this. My experience is very quickly on 5 domains that I spend about 1 minute each on each domain. It's your faith. It's the strength, the faith that you get into, your strategic level of thinking, not only thinking, but of course staying at strategic level, innovation, passion, and of course, empowerment. I'm going to teach on it. Faith is something which derives from your belief system that you have. It shows from your body. It shows from your language. It shows from your walking. Remember, as leaders, you're exposed and you're visible to the people much more than what you really think. So that is the belief and the faith which takes you there. Again, I think you can't see a lot in the future, but you have to guess where it is going. But your subordinate must have that, and that will come from your body language. Take the first step in faith, and I think that also is a very important thing. Take the first step in faith. You may not see the whole staircase. Take the first step. That's the faith which will make you which will make you strong, which will let you navigate through the whole thing, which will let your organization move very. And now when you are into those uncertainties that we are talking about, and remember the globalization that we talked so much, and the global village, but see that there are isolated silos coming on because of the pandemic. So as a leader, you'll have to see where is the world actually going, while you network together through social media, through nets and everything. But then there are distances taking place. There is a thought on the globalization. So we'll have to develop that faith very strongly. Operating at strategic level and remaining there. Remember, you have 24 hours. And there is a big difference between managers and the leaders. The leaders give that vision. You are not to be a manager. You're going to give the vision, change the culture, give direction, give hope, These are big things that you need to do, but you need to be good at the managerial level also. And I remember at the King's College, we had a professor who talked about a balcony or a helicopter approach. And I think as an aviator, I would probably prefer using the helicopter approach. And that was hover over your organization. While you're giving them the strategic vision, while you're paving way for their progress, you're giving them environment and everything, find out where the difficulties are. Land there. Don't start sorting out the problems. Guide them, give them direction, take off, once again look at it. So I think this approach has been absolutely thrilling in my life, where don't involve, don't start micromanaging, stay on top of it. The people are already stressed out. They have their challenges. Guide them, be affectionate, and then take off from there. Don't stay there, don't embroil with them, and let them carry on with their work, empower them. Innovation is something that you talked about. Innovation is untrespassed water. These are uncertain waters, and generally there's a reluctance, but that's where the opportunity is. Greater are the challenges, bigger is the opportunity. And I think when I'm talking of innovation, I'm particularly talking of technological innovation. As leaders, we may not be experts, like I said, but then bring that interface between the business and the technology. Go into the untrespassed waters, go into those areas and explore for yourself. You'll be astonished to find out that the areas that you thought are pretty steep, pretty difficult, you'll very quickly get grasp of the whole thing. Remain at the strategic level, let people be guided into this. Remember, your major task will be that with minimum effort, produce the maximum results and maximum impacts, and that can be done. Passion is the second last. And the passion is, English is possibly not the right language to describe passion. It is divangi. You get totally passionate about your work, and it's passionate about your organization and your people. And that's so important in the new dynamics. And I'm compelled to give you a small story. And I remember that we in our organization took special care of people who had special children, or people with special need, few of them. I remember we had air-to-air refuelers, which are, I think strategically are a few of the neighbors and others blocked our overall of those aeroplanes, and we couldn't get them done. And ultimately, we decided to do it ourselves. And one day I walked up, and this aeroplane was a strategic capability. And one of the NCO got up, and he said, "My wife sends you regards." And I said, "Thank you. What is it?" And he said, "I had 2 special children. And the policies that we have had in the Air Force, both of them go to the normal school now." And I was so excited, so happy. I hugged him. And on the way to the helicopter, the base commander says, "This is the man who has taken up 70% of the overall work. So he comes here 7 o'clock in the morning, at 11 o'clock we push him out. Take care of your people. They will work. They'll give their lives for you because they understand that your organization owes them and owns them." Empower people. And I think on empowering whom? Select people. And I remember I was very young, and I heard one of the very senior people say, 90% of time I spend selecting the right man for the right job, and 10% time I play golf. There's so much wisdom out here that get the right people there, empower them, and do the helicopter approach, do the balcony approach, and let them progress and let them move on. So the great leaders empower people, let them carry on with their work. I'll give you a very small story at the end, and you'll see how these 5 factors come in and play with the design thinking. I'm sure a lot of you must have heard and thought about it. And design thinking was all about knowing what your customer or your even employee needs, empathize, define exact nature of problem. Looks so simple, define kar lena problem. But you'll be realizing that many a times we don't even define our problems properly, and that is where our discussions go on the wrong side. Then brainstorm, pick up a solution, the best solution, and then of course implement it. 2013, we had a terrorist attack, you remember those times, and one of a very vital Air Force assets, 2 of the SAB aeroplanes, and this story, you'll really realize that I will not go into dissection of it, but how these 5 parameters that I talked about, especially under new environment and the design thinking, how the whole thing put together in few hours, and of course our enemies, all of our enemies were involved in getting those out there. So SAP didn't want to recover these aeroplanes. They said, you don't have a certification agency. And this will tell you how the challenges can be converted into opportunities. We didn't have a certification agency. We didn't have a lot of know-how. And the bill was $378 million. It's very clearly written on my mind. I said, we can't do it. And we decided, you remember, take the first step. And take the first step when even the direction is clear, but you don't see because of the fog and the uncertainty. We went in. The first thing we did was establish a certification agency. Ladies and gentlemen, there are only 4 aviation certification agencies in the world. Only 1 officer put on the work. 1.5 years down the line, Pakistan became the 5th certification agency of the world. Wonderful. Technology was used to the best. The leadership was fully involved. People were empowered. And 1 year, 4 months down the line, we began flying those aeroplanes. And we're so glad to hear that one of these aeroplanes was leading the Pulwama, controlling the entire Pulwama mission. And that is how you bring leadership into the play, and that is how you let people be empowered to do the things. The last point that I have is we're all humans. We may be leaders, but end of the day, we can get stressed out. Please remember taking breaks, sleeping, and be part of your children, be part of your employees, being compassionate, and also be compassionate to the society are all part of us. End of the day, ladies and gentlemen, you should walk out of this world empty-handed, giving everything that you were bestowed by the God Almighty through the capabilities, through everything. Give it back to the society, give it back to the poor and the destitute, and I think that will be your biggest achievement as a leader. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Suhail Sahab. What a brilliant reminder of not just our dreams, but also our humanness. These past few years and months have definitely been a lesson in humility, where we didn't know much and we all were just readjusting to the new normal. I love this one advice by my business coach. He says that anything that lasts longer for 3 months is now your new reality. And the longer you will continue resisting it, you're literally trying to swim upstream and using more of your energy. So let's go with the flow, but once again, I see a lot of you huddled down on your cell phones. No barring that, this is definitely a hybrid conference. Just a reminder, please continue wearing your face mask, and also if you're tweeting, sharing these truth bombs, nuggets of wisdom, please use our hashtag, which is TFS, and also the Future Summit. For those of you who are watching us on the socials, please do send us your comments and your observations, and we will be more than happy to direct them to our speakers later on in the program. And now, ladies and gentlemen, one part of it, I remember Milton Friedman's saying, which is often quoted in our economics class, that if you're not making absolute profits, then you're wasting society's valuable resources. But can we be that profit-oriented? Unfortunately, the humanness will not allow you, and thankfully that. We need to find a balance, and that seems to be the order of the day. But what did the last few years and the future hold, and how is it molding our businesses is what our next speaker will perhaps be speaking about. Ladies and gentlemen, he serves as the Chief Executive of the Pakistan Business Council, has really the pulse of the businesses, and he understands what they've been going through. So let's talk about the opportunities and the challenges in that realm. Please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Ehsan Malik, the CEO of the Pakistan Business Council.
So, Minister of State for Investment, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and a very warm welcome. I've been asked to set the ground, give you the base, so that you can take off into the future, which I'm sure will be much brighter than the present. I want to also thank you for giving me an opportunity to present the view that we have at the Pakistan Business Council about the economy, but more to the point, the opportunities that we see, the potential that we see to change their present. It is a fact that today we have problems, and those problems are by no means small. The good news is that it will not take rocket science to make those changes, the changes that can significantly change the fate and the future of this country. So I'm going to be focusing on those. But before I do that, I want to point out some significant and strong positives that exist today. We often forget those and we move on to the problems. So what are the significant positives? The way that this country has handled the COVID crisis has been acknowledged by The Economist magazine, and Pakistan was rated as the fastest to get back to normalcy amongst countries that included UK, Germany, Australia, New Zealand, and of course India. No doubt this was also helped by the initiatives that the State Bank of Pakistan took to revive the economy. I know that the Governor State Bank is not present here, but I can say it in his absence, and I would say it in his presence too, that the TURF program is, in my opinion, the single largest contributor to kickstarting the investment in the economy. And you know, investment as a percentage of GDP significantly lacks South Asia, and South Asia is by no means the model of investment. So that, I think, is a single most important initiative that was taken. The Asas program has been acknowledged the world over as the best and one of the best social protection initiatives that was taken by the government. We have continued to enjoy very favorable law and order and security conditions in the country. Unfortunately, there have been some isolated incidents, but if you park those, by and large, the law and order situation has been very favorable. Now, this is not something that we could have said a few years ago. And indeed, a few years ago, we would also have been complaining about the power shortages. But today, that is no longer the case. All these positives are very important. But the most important thing is what made them possible. And that is what we should be focusing on. The NCOC that was established by the government of Pakistan no doubt became successful because of the efficient way that they gathered the information and they disseminated that information. But that's not the end all. The main reason why that became a success was because of the cross-party followership that they were able to generate. Even in Sindh, which resisted the earlier direction, followed the NCOC guidelines. So cross-party followership made that a success. The Asas program, what is that? That's an evolution of the Benazir support program that was introduced by the People's Party. So a continuation from the past, but improvement in the present. Law and order. Law and order conditions were improved. Today's law and order conditions are a result of 1.5 decades of cross-party political consensus-approved war on terror in Pakistan. And today's surplus generation capacity is also because of continued investment by successive governments. So the point I'm trying to make is that when you get political consensus, we are able to perform well. And it is the political consensus that we should really be trying to promote if we want to have a bright future tomorrow. Pakistan Business Council's Charter of Economy tries to do that. We try to unite the politicians instead of dividing them on something that is very important, something that is the economy. Now, you all, or us all, when we look at economy and we want to look at the progress the economy is making, what do we look at? We look at the external account, we look at the fiscal account, we look at the GDP growth to measure the progress that the country is making, but that's not how the common man looks at it. The common man is obsessed by food shortages, by inflation, by unemployment, and the sad fact is that Pakistan lags in every important socio-economic measure in South Asia, and at the point I made earlier, South Asia is by no means a model of progress in the world. The only way that we'll be able to cure that is by a political consensus on the economy. We come together to fight terrorists. We've come together to fight causes such as Kashmir. Economy is the burning ground, and economy is something that we must get all the political parties together. Now let's move on to the state of the economy. It's a fundamental principle that without solvency, you do not have autonomy. We all know that when businesses become insolvent, they are either wound up or they are acquired by somebody. So the old owners lose the independence and the new owners then continue. What happens when a country is threatened with solvency? It too is compromised in terms of the freedom of movement that it has. Unfortunately, this has now been accompanied by the geopolitical developments where we find ourselves on the other side of United States of America. We have also been hit by a commodity super cycle. So this is a perfect storm that has been built up in the economy. And today we have no alternative to an IMF program. However perfect or imperfect it is something that we have to accept, because only when we do that will we get the multilateral assistance from institutions like the World Bank and the Asian Development Bank and so on. There are significant issues with the IMF program, and I want to highlight some of those. The fact is that it is front-loaded, and it tries to generate tax revenues, and it tries to fill the or to meet the gap in the circular debt by raising energy tariffs. Those are actually not the solutions. You cannot have front-loaded burden on the formal sector, because it is only the formal sector that pays taxes, and it's only the formal sector that pays the energy bills. By raising the energy cost, you create an incentive for people to evade taxes or evade paying their energy bills. By raising taxes on the people who are already taxed, you also create an incentive for people to remain outside the tax base. The other issue is that this 23rd program, IMF, is not significantly different from the 22 earlier ones. So I play golf, and I play golf very badly, because I keep doing the same things. And Air Chief Marshal Suhail, if I'm a leader, I must play golf better. And I take that cue from you. And I'll try to do my best. But if you keep doing the same, and if you go to a supplier and you buy the goods 22 times and you're disappointed, surely there's something wrong with you, and there's something wrong with the supplier. So unfortunately, there is very little hope, given the short time that remains in this IMF program, for us to get the fundamental reforms that we wanted to get. We will not get the reforms on fiscal side. We will not get them on the energy side either. We will not be able to reduce the burden that the state-owned enterprises have, which was also a third facet of the fundamental reforms. So it is inevitable that there will be another IMF program after that, after this one, when it finishes. Perhaps the new government will have to do it, but the hope here is that it will be better designed and better structured. You cannot hope to get rid of your fundamental flaws that have been built over 75 years in 3 years. It is simply not possible. So this program would have to be better structured. Let's move on. The real issue with the economy is in our external account, and that is not so much about imports, although obviously there is scope for us to become less reliant on imports. We should not be importing as much food as we do. The real issue is exports. We do not export enough. Let me share some statistics. Vietnam's imports are 103% of their GDP. Pakistan's imports are only 17% of the GDP. So there's a model of success in East Asia called Vietnam that imports significantly more than what we do as a percent of GDP. The real issue is exports. Our exports as a percentage of GDP are only 10%. Vietnam's are 106%. Vietnam has become a converter of materials that they import and they convert them into finished goods and they export. Unfortunately, we don't do that, and that is actually what we need to do. So the Pakistan Business Council adopted something called the Make in Pakistan Thrust about 5 years ago, and contrary to general impression, Make in Pakistan is not about manufacturing alone. It is also about growing more, that is agriculture, and we know that our agriculture growth has been below the growth of population, and hence we have the present shortages on food and we have inflation. It is also about serve more, that is producing the kind of services that are exportable and that we can, that can help us meet the deficit on the external account. And of course, it is about manufacturing more. On exports, we need to broaden the export basket, which is primarily reliant on textiles. Vietnam managed to do this, and we can do that too. We need to widen the reach beyond USA and UK and Europe. We need to create the basis of export credit guarantees for promoting exports to Africa and Central Asia, which is the big white space. We need to sharpen the incentives behind those categories that are big globally in terms of demand and where the demand is also growing at the fastest rate. We need to improve the Made in Pakistan brand along the Turk quality which Turkey managed to achieve. And we need better trade agreements. Vietnam has got trade agreements with ASEAN, with China, with the EU. They are part of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. They are also part of RCEP. We have one major trade agreement with China. As a result of the renegotiation, we now have duty-free access for 35% of the total export lines. Bangladesh, with no free trade agreement with China, has 97% access on their export lines. Vietnam has FDI, which is export-oriented. Samsung, one company alone, contributes 25% of their exports. We have lots of FDI, but they're all in consumer products. They are market-seeking. They do not export anything. Our fiscal policy is by no means perfect. It's inconsistent, it is inequitable, and there are many U-turns. The latest U-turn being in GST on solar panels and laptops. Taxing internet connectivity, whether it is cellular or fixed line, is like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. We need connectivity, we need to promote IT, we need to promote exports. Our fiscal policy does not promote scale. If you establish holding companies, there is double taxation on intercorporate dividend. It denies venture capital and PE funds the pass-through status that they had previously, and that is given across the world. The incentives to invest in plant and machinery have been withdrawn. The taxes are on turnover in the form of minimum tax. They are not on profit. The real estate is exempt from capital gains tax if you hold it for 4 years, but if you hold company shares, you are never exempt. So these are not perfect, set of policies. We need regulatory framework which is simple, which is digitized, and which makes it easier to do business. And the fragmentation that exists interministerial needs to be resolved. We have at times ministers that are talking in different directions, and that is very confusing for business. It does not create the investor confidence that is very essential. There are some watch-outs if you're going to look at the future. Our population growth is going to be 245 million by 2030, is going to be 400 million by 2047. The rate of urbanization. Today there's a 40-60 ratio. It's going to be 65% urban and 35% rural. That's going to put a lot of pressure on the cities. The agricultural land is being encroached. We're not going to be able to grow as much food. The logistics in this country are very poor. Our trucking fleet is aged. It takes a lot of money to move things from one point to another. The skills and competencies that are demanded of our workers are going to change. Workers abroad are going to change. There's an aging population. The kind of skills our workers currently have and the remittances we rely upon, we will not be able to rely on those. We need 25,000 people if we want to get 1 billion of additional IT exports. We need 50,000 people trained if we want to get 1 billion of back office call center type of work. Our present bricks and mortar businesses will need rapid digitization, and the large groups that exist in this country must start backing startups. Otherwise, we will end up selling our silver, which will be productive in time to come, to foreign investors. So I'll close on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ehsan Saab. And ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to formally welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, the Governor of Sindh, Janab Imran Ismail Saab is also with us. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our Honorable Chief Guest. So we've had a brilliant lineup that has already started the Future Summit, which is hosted by the Nutshell Group and of course the Martin Dow Group. Our platinum sponsors of course are the Engro Corporation, and we had this fantastic talk while you were entering the venue by Mr. Ehsan Malik, the Chief Executive of the Pakistan Business Council. Some of the key points which I'd love to reiterate over here is Pakistan needs to export more and serve more, and you very rightly pointed out there's a huge gap within when it comes to the skills of the people. I think it has been repeatedly pointed out that in terms of our digital skills, we are severely lagging, even if we compare it to South Asia, which, as you reiterated, is by no means a success model. But even if we look at our neighborhood and we are struggling, that should be an alarming sign. But coming back to your notion of serving more, our next speaker is the right person. She's, of course, one of my most favorite speakers of all time, but the right person to talk about how can we serve more. And what does service really mean in the year 2022? We have a plethora of new challenges. How do we navigate our way through it? Ladies and gentlemen, she is presently the chairperson of the Pakistan Stock Exchange and the Karandas. She's also formerly served as the Federal Minister for Finance and the former Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Shamshad Akhtar.
Assalamu alaikum and Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Honorable Governor Sindh, Honorable State Minister and the Chairperson of the Board of Investment, all the distinguished corporate leaders and thought leaders. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm sure there's a lot of learning that we will all have talking to each other. I was asked by the chairperson of the Board of Investment to talk about climate, so I'm going to be focusing on that, but taking a detour in on different subjects. So we're talking about future. We face future in time of uncertainty, and I think the economists are known to get it wrong all the time, so I'm not going to be a predictor at all. Global uncertainties have compounded following every episode of crisis from 2008, economic and financial crisis, to health crisis now in 2020. Pandemic has been a rude awakening given unprecedented losses of output and reversal of development gains. With climate scenario now worsening, the next looming crisis is to emanate from climate change. So that's the only prediction world has consensus on, which has, of course, no respect for borders. Scientists warn us of the gravity and the severity of climate tantrums as rising temperatures, sea level rise, floods intensity, and melting glaciers across our corridors will play havoc and devastate anything in its way, and I hope before that we can take some action. The Global Climate Risk Index ranks Pakistan as the 5th most climate vulnerable country, with 152 extreme weather episodes. Over the past decade or so, Pakistan's greenhouse gas emissions grew by 50%, reaching over 200 million tons of carbon CO2 in 2019, and by 2030 it will rise by 540%. We don't take a lot of responsibility for the global greenhouse gas emissions, of course, but in our neighborhood we have to protect ourselves. Energy and transport are largest emitters, followed by industry and agriculture and land practices. Air pollution is costing 50 billion, not to mention the health issues we all face. Textile, our largest industry and exporter, is globally known to contribute 6 to 8% of emissions, and 70% of it is attributed to upstream energy-intensive material processing. In wake of these threats and vulnerabilities, cost of climate inaction is going to be larger than the cost of climate action. Over the last 2 decades, climate change in Pakistan resulted in more than 0.5% per unit of GDP losses, resulting in $3.8 billion of annual economic losses. These figures are from the Economic Survey of 2020. Environmental degradation alone requires climate adaptation in the range of 7 billion to 14 billion per year. And by the way, the 3.8 billion figure was also annual loss. So meanwhile, share of public expenditure deployed for climate change is barely 6 to 7%. Public investment choices are difficult, but to the extent I am a voter, I would vote for an allocation for climate, because nobody will be safe from it. Only a segment of corporate sector subscribes to sustainability reporting, and few of them are committed to zero emissions by 2030, and that has happened during the COP26. As yet, no Pakistan regulatory agency requires borrowers' climate disclosure. So future can be safeguarded by assigning priority to sustainability and recognizing that meeting the needs of present without compromising the needs of future generation has high payoffs for nations and requires political and corporate leaders to have an eye on long-term growth and probability and profitability, and to safeguard the planet and people. A host of measures, if adopted, could be game-changing. First, introducing fundamental amendments to policy, legal, and regulatory frameworks. I know we don't have working parliaments in Pakistan, but I hope we better get them in order before the climate havoc falls on us. So introducing amendment to policy, legal, and regulatory frameworks have to recognize the virtues of sustainability and has to offer industry incentives to invest in safeguarding environment and our ecology and biodiversity. Second, mainstreaming and integrating sustainability with emphasis on allocating funds for climate adaptation and climate mitigation across our planning and budgetary processes. The third important thing is to develop a robust financing framework through resource mobilization to generate the much needed fiscal space, leverage private finance, and mobilize green, climate, and sustainable finance if needed with supportive MDB, leveraging, or domestic credit enhancement. And now we have an agency in Pakistan, Infrazamin, which has been promoted by Karan Das, one of the companies that I am affiliated with. Fourth, we have to strategize and effectively manage crisis prevention which has high payoffs and is less costlier than having to deal with containment and rescue operations or deal with its climate change consequences that causes, among others, food insecurity to damages of infrastructure. So these measures can facilitate Pakistan raise its investment and saving levels. Investment GDP ratio has been very volatile in Pakistan. It has declined from 17.3% in fiscal year 18 to now, currently in fiscal year 21, to 15.2% of GDP. Investment saving ratio may have narrowed lately, but is not sustainable as the saving rates are quite low in Pakistan, and it's something nobody has succeeded to break, the nexus. And of course, the low investment saving is really the underlying cause of our historic, unsteady and unsustainable growth path. So investment and doing business constraints have held back Pakistan's infrastructure spending now to around 2 to 3 or 4%, depending on which source you look at. And this is well below the requirements of the country, which are in the range of 8 to 10% of GDP, recognizing that the infrastructure deficit is very steep in Pakistan, given years of neglect and demographic pressures, which is the only certain thing in future we will face, which is the population growth. Pakistan needs to, of course, double its investment GDP ratio to 30% to enhance quality infrastructure that implies investing in sustainable, climate resilient and inclusive infrastructure to protect our nature and ecology. Significant pools of equity and long-term institutional funds are now seeking to invest in ESG compliant ventures to fulfill the growing appetite of the shareholders and investors to fulfill their targets for net zero emissions and aspirations for cleaner world by some of us. So what are the key drivers of climate change? Important to recognize, to be able to address. We have to decarbonize our economy ASAP. As corporates choose frontier technologies and renewables as alternate source of energy and investment in grid transformation to accommodate variability of energy supply. Rather than run back and forth for oil, gas, and commodity price cycles, etc., renewables is the way to go. And we have a renewable policy of 1990 which has not been effectively implemented. Of course, right carbon pricing and taxation regime are critical. Energy conservation and efficiency, which is in our hands, and moving to a carbon capture and storage, which is of course far from us, and other innovative technologies which require, of course, higher investments, but will help reduce industrial emissions to near zero. I was very encouraged recently to listen to the export-oriented top companies because of the pressure coming from the international markets that they are already moving towards, forecasting to move towards net zero emission and investing in renewables. The second is, of course, the leveraging of the global green and climate finance resource pools. We have done very little on this frontier. We have, of course, launched a green bond and clapped our hands, but not gone beyond that, as I see. So it is, these resource pools are critical for raising investment in environment, industrial pollution, water sanitation or biodiversity protection. If properly structured with loans and credit guarantees by the government, MDBs and third-party arrangements, we can generate financial returns and yield positive social and environmental benefits. It's a bit of a hard work, which we shy away. We go and tap our bank and borrow loans which do not safeguard us from the climate change crisis. So the third is that accounting firms and regulators, they are very critical in this whole process. They need to promote enhanced risk assessment frameworks for financial institutions, among others, by requiring climate disclosure and assessment of materiality of climate-related physical and transition risks associated with alternate climate scenario. And it is very much within our reach to understand what these alternate climate scenarios can emerge to be. As you may have heard, there is a global network of greening financial system, and the financial standards body in recent years have advocated central banks adopt standard prudential regulatory regime that distinguishes between the green and the brown investments and assigns appropriate risk weights to loan portfolio in accordance with their GH emission contribution. This is not taxes, but this is just getting things right. Fourth is to effectively leverage long-term risk capital and debt financing, developing a well-balanced and diversified financial sector offering level playing field to all segments of markets and assets. Now, for years, we keep on begging and shunting to Islamabad to get subsidized lending through below-market refinancing. Discriminatory tax treatments of assets and lack of judicious powers have been assigned to regulators, and weak intra-sectoral coordination exists between banks, securities markets, and insurance sector. All it does is to create distortions and make our lives difficult. So banks end up holding captively the public savings and offering them on returns that government is willing to give them, and they invest in government securities, and rest of the private sector is underserved, the SMEs, and housing market is now being served overly generously. And we shy away in the banking system from deepening financial intermediation. A lot of nudging going on from the central bank, but we could do more. Let me turn to a topic which is now close to my heart, which is we need to nurture capital markets. It requires government to first liberalize insurance sector that for years suffers from state domination in ownership and access to sectors long-term liquidity is held by the government. Hence, low insurance coverage to population and insurance premium below 1% and low deployment of institutional funding for stock markets. Future, however, holds promise because Pakistan Stock Exchange is transforming itself to promote sustainability. Governance structure of PSX changed following its corporatization and demutualization. It paved way for listing of PSX and transfer of its shareholding to foreign and domestic institutional investors, and induction of independent board of directors and a professional manager. Alignment and coordination between PSX, clearing and settlement and custodial services and commodity exchange reinforces our business development. The ecosystem of PSX is maturing as it is to launch national trading and surveillance system with enhanced regulatory framework which will attract the FDIs too into our markets, the foreign portfolio, sorry. Fiscal year 21 has generated after long time profits at the PSX and distributed dividends. Regulatory and audit frameworks are being enhanced so that foreigners draw comfort investing in. Growing confidence in our markets has helped raise number of debt and equity issuance recently. A new growth enterprise market has now been operationalized. So both the main board and the GEM offered full disclosure. It offers options for enter and exit. Analysts see promising increase of the Karachi Stock Exchange Index by 15,000 to 20,000 in forthcoming in this year. And we of course count on doubling of market cap by stock exchanges, provided there is macroeconomic stability and investor base can be harnessed by removing all these preferential treatments to other segments of the financial market. I will conclude by also announcing that we are working at the stock exchange to ease the options like access to RDA, and hopefully we can offer Asan mobile options for the investors to open their account easily. PSX has also been working with a number of accounting entities to work on the ESG. Once we get the corporates to have environment, social safeguard and governance defined clearly, then we hopefully will be able to attract the long-term institutional investment money that is seeking for places where you can have cleaner options. We would like to finally take Pakistan Stock Exchange to the league of the sustainable stock exchange, which will also bring in a lot of good money. So we are working towards enhancing the corporate governance of the corporate sector, because I'm chairing the PICG, and PICG and PSX are launching this collaborative platform with ACCA and ICAP as well as CFA. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shamshad Akhtar, for drawing attention to the climate change, which makes us very, very vulnerable. Indeed, in the recent past, we've had a number of unfortunate incidents that has actually invited us to look inwards, and also for our policymakers and our businesses to sort of harness that power. You mentioned how the responsibility lies with not just the state, but with each one of us. And we've seen in the recent past how the flash floods, the unprecedented rain in Karachi put a stop to us, and likewise the recent Murree tragedy again draws attention on how real the climate change is and what more needs to be done. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd also want to now welcome formally the Honorable Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan, Dr. Raza Bakr, who's just joined us. Thank you so much, sir. And it is such a timely juncture as we just had Dr. Shamshad Akhtar talk about the newness and how she feels that the capital markets need to be nurtured. We feel both the former governor of the State Bank and the present governor seem to be on the same page. I've been following recently and very closely the hallmark successful model of the Roshan digital account that has been launched by the government of Pakistan, and of course spearheaded by the State Bank of Pakistan. And in that it mentions that it is now going to be a complete lifestyle offering. It's just not a banking account for overseas Pakistanis. Not only does it allow you to invest, to save, to spend in Pakistan, but in the coming days we are also hoping that it will allow you to trade via the Pakistan Stock Exchange, and that's on the cards. But ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for one of the most important conversations, and I was really keenly looking forward to it. Both our speaker and the interviewer have immense impact, and they are perhaps two of the most coveted speakers of Pakistan. And very recently, coming from this corporate leader, some very human advice, because I love the fact how all our speakers have been emphasizing on the humanness, on understanding our folly and being humble that we can't really predict the future, but we sort of fall back on our humanness. And he's been going viral with one of his conversations at the recent graduation convocation, where he emphasized for the new graduates, for the future professionals and leaders of Pakistan, how important their own happiness and contentment is, and not to get caught into the vicious cycles of unhappiness and toxic relationships. Ladies and gentlemen, the President and the CEO of Engro Corporation and the Vice President of OICCI, please welcome Mr. Ghayas Khan. And of course, he will be in conversation with, just as I mentioned, somebody who brings a host of experience when it comes to not just the corporate life, but also when it comes to mentoring a number of people who now pride themselves as the corporate leaders in Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the CEO and the Director of Jaffer Business Systems Private Limited and a member of the Policy Board at the SCCP, Syed Waqarul Islam. Gentlemen, you have about half an hour for this conversation. We'd be happy if we can take a couple of questions, but we'd leave it to your discretion. Over to you.
Thank you, Sidra. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum and very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Last 22 months have been unprecedented. And let me give you some stats, and that will give you an idea of what we've been through in the last 22 months. 312 million people infected by COVID, 262 million recovered. Sadly, 5.5 million lost the battle. That's on the life side. On the living side, we added 33 million people to the unemployed workforce of the world. World economies shrunk by 3.2%. They did gain 5% plus, but because the governments are now withdrawing financial support, the chances are this year they'll decline again. While the pandemic raised the issue of demand and supply side crisis as the world learned to grapple with pandemic, interestingly, the supply side crisis has gripped us now. And that resulted in global inflation rising up, US witnessing 40-year high inflation, OECD countries comprising of 38 countries have witnessed 5% plus inflation amongst all their member countries. It is not ending, it is ongoing. We are living, as Sidra also mentioned, in a new normal. This is a different world. Interestingly, it's an evolving world. It is not going away, as mentioned by other speakers as well. This Omicron, the way it is spreading, means that possibly further crises are there. So the way I want to carry on this conversation in the next 30 minutes is to pick something that we started when the lockdown happened with Nutshell Forum, and we had our very first online conference where, interestingly, I was the moderator and Ghayas was one of the panelists. It was all virtual, so we have done some movement. It's now hybrid. And I asked a question to Ghayas, and at that time the corporate world did not have pandemic cases coming into them, but the country started having the cases. And I asked Ghayas a question, how are they preparing for pandemic, if it comes, should it come, in their organization? And his response at that time was quite profound and left me thinking as to how the next, at that time we didn't think it will be 22 months, but next months are going to be. And he told me, Waqar, what we are trying to do at Engro is we are trying to delay the first case at Engro Corporation as much as we can. And what it will do to us is to prepare us for the time when the cases will come, because we know absolutely that they will come. I thought it was a great example of proactive leadership, of adaptive leadership, of foresighted leadership, of leadership with compassion and empathy, dealing with the human side of it, and to be well prepared. So I want to pick the discussion right from where we left 22 months ago, or possibly 20 months ago, and ask Riaz to introduce the topic about what will stay, what will go away, what will change, what will evolve in the ongoing and post-pandemic world, and how has Engro journey been in the last 20 months, and how do you see the future before we go into unearthing the other dimensions of the future leadership and future organization culture. Over to you, guys.
Bismillah ar-Rahman Rahim. Honorable Governor Imran Ismail Sahab, Honorable State Bank Governor Dr. Raza Baqir, Minister of State, Chairman BOI, and my good friend Mr. Asfar Ehsan, respected speakers, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for the introduction, Waqar, and it almost seems like yesterday that we were having that panel discussion, and I believe the positivity rate at that time was probably close to 1. Yesterday it was 18 and we have a full room. So it kind of tells you how we as people have also evolved in the last 22 months, how the vaccinations have evolved, and although it has put a lot of stress on the lives of so many people, but as humans we've dealt with it. And I want to first of all start with a note of positivity and stealing something from your talk, Ehsan, that how well Pakistan has done coping up with this pandemic, how NCOC has performed well and made Pakistan as an example. Governor Saab, in your absence, Ehsan had a lot of good things to say about how State Bank has worked, and I have the good fortune of repeating some of that while you're here. But the TURF program, which injected well over 400 billion rupees into the economy to kickstart the exports, your Roshan Digital Account Initiative, which has showed up about over $3 billion and really supporting the forex reserves of the country, which remains perhaps the biggest challenge for the country. And it's heartening to see how much investment has come into the tech startups, well over $300 million, more than what has come in the last 4 years. And a lot of that is also because of some of the simplification that has been done by the central bank. And last but not the least, the one I'm most excited about is the RAST initiative, which can really solve the issue of documentation, of providing that transaction level data to some of our banks to create that financial inclusion which we so desperately need to get the economy going, and of course the SAS initiative and so on and so forth. So these have been, the really good things that have happened. But, in many ways, COVID has been that amplifier as well. And what I mean by that is that the structural issues of Pakistan have remained the same. Our reliance on imports has remained the same. And because of COVID, those challenges have become that much more amplified. So the supply chain shocks, the rise in commodity prices have had that much of a deeper impact on the economy, and that is the concerning bit. And as Ehsan, you said that we have to focus on export and more import substitution, because clearly that has put a strain on our on our trade deficit. It's increased 90 to 100% in the last 6 months compared to the same time last year, leading to devaluation, then of course unsustainable levels of inflation. So there are a set of challenges that we continue to face as a country, and I think COVID has just kind of amplified those. Waqar, as far as Engro is concerned, I think there were a few things which kind of went for us. Being an industrial conglomerate, the importance we assign to health and safety of our operations and people is not a nice to have. We deal with corrosive material, so it's ingrained in our culture, the health and safety values. And taking care of what was required in COVID just added another dimension to that already well-established value of health and safety. And then, of course, being in businesses where availability of our plants becomes a critical issue, whether it's us providing fertilizers to the farmers, or whether it's us managing the supply chain as far as LNG is concerned, where we're responsible for almost 15% of the gas that is coming in. So for us, continuity of operations in a sustainable way was was not really an option, and there were times when we drew inspiration from the role that we have in this country as a corporate citizen, but also fear and paranoia of what if something went wrong. So, but it was a mix of both, but alhamdulillah, we're fighting the pandemic. There've been lots of learnings all around. I would say the fact that, that we have to embrace a hybrid work environment, embracing technology, learnings for leadership on how we need to be more empathetic, we need to communicate more, and then opportunities also. And I think one of the opportunities is to bring about a more diverse or encourage a more diverse workforce, essentially with respect to gender diversity. So I think as a country, as a company, we continue to fight and build on some of the opportunities which have been presented to us.
Thank you very much, Riaz. Very good intro, and I'm glad you touched upon the TURF program, which I also believe has been the single largest important initiative by the central bank, because not often we have focused on building the capacities of our manufacturing sector so that they can, we all talk about export, but export is a result of what you produce. So that's where it hit it, and it was very nice to see State Bank coming up with timely decision. You also talk about amplifying some of the challenges, which of course is important, but wouldn't you agree that COVID also gave rise to a new way of organization culture, moving away from a very ingrained physical world mindset, a brick and mortar mindset, to a hybrid mindset? And this hybrid work environment, in all probability, is going to become a new normal, and this will give rise to a new kind of leadership and also a new kind of employee behavior. So I want you to touch upon your views on the way hybrid work environment has evolved and how you see it going forward, and also its impact on the leadership and also in the people and the culture of the organization.
And I think it's, in most organizations, it is now a well-accepted fact that part of the hybrid environment, which actually started from majority from work from home when we, at the early stages of the pandemic, is here to stay. And for all the right reasons, because we feel that providing that level of flexibility to some of the workforce actually adds to the productivity. But there are a few preconditions that are, I believe, are necessary in order for this hybrid work environment to succeed. I think number one, and most of all, is that it works only in an environment of trust, right? If there's an overall environment of trust between the employee and the organization, between a subordinate and a manager, be it whatever level, that's an important conditionality, because the individual is not exactly sitting in the office at all times. By definition, hybrid means that a considerable amount of work will be done from home or from elsewhere. So I think presence of that trust in the organization is very important. The second thing is to ensure that the right tools are present, which allow for open communication and collaboration. And this is not, I'm not saying anything new. I think we've spoken a lot about silos and open communication, but when you look at it from a hybrid perspective, it becomes that much more important. And last but not the least is presence of very transparent and very fair performance management systems, right? So if people are working from home, you have to have a system which judges them for what they deliver, rather than whether they're showing up to work at 9 and leaving at 6 or what have you. So, it's really about encouraging open communication, empowering people with the right tools, having the right fair performance management systems under that wider umbrella of an environment of trust. You have this, and you will have hybrid working environments successful. Otherwise, it'll be a problem.
Brilliant. So I think, and you touched upon the value of trust. And the value of trust also means moving away from what we call this body in seat mentality, where leaders think that people will only work when they are sitting in front of them. And employees, by the way, also feel that they will also deliver when somebody is having a close watch on them. And this whole thinking will evolve to an outcome-based leadership style and organization culture, where you don't hire people to be there for 8 hours. You hire people to produce what they are hired for, and you focus on the outcome instead of the physical presence of the people. And that's so I'm so glad you touched upon trust. You also touched upon, of course, technology piece and the transparency. But another very important aspect for organizations, especially for the local organization, you touched upon is bringing in a strong performance management culture, which is cardinal to the success of hybrid work environment. And lastly, you also mentioned that hybrid work environment is here to stay. What we need to do to make it successful will determine how our organizations and corporate sector will move ahead. You touched upon, and I deliberately didn't go into detail, on the technology aspect and enabling technologies and digitalization of organizations' internal systems during the pre and ongoing pandemic and post-pandemic culture. How do you see the role of technology going forward as we move deeper into the pandemic, if that's the right word, or as we come out of it?
Well, this has been, I'd say, one of the most interesting learnings, and I'll take the liberty of quoting some examples from Engro, but I'm sure it's equally relevant to some of the other businesses and industries as well. So multifaceted, right? So and it's almost as if it's kind of a journey where you first want to make sure that you've got the right technology and transaction systems deployed, which form the basis of any sort of digitization or a technology-led transformation for any company. And we started off with that, right? So we implemented SAP, one of the largest implementations in the country, that kind of concluded almost, the second wave of that concluded last year for us. So those formed the basic transaction systems, and then, of course, having the right HR systems on top of it, which, as we mentioned earlier, as I mentioned earlier, which allow for that flexibility of working from home and remote locations. In our fertilizer business, we built an application on top of SAP. It's called the Humsafar app, which is now transacting with all our dealers. So over 100 billion rupees worth of orders are now received through this app, and 25% of those which are transacted end-to-end, meaning order to cash on that app with the dealers. And hopefully over the next few years, we're going to take it up further. But the third piece is the more interesting one, which has been a combination of how the tech ecosystem has picked up, what some of the priorities of the government are, and some of the opportunities that companies like us also see. Whether we'll play a direct role in it or not remains to be seen. But so the need to establish a direct connect, for example, with farmers. We have a direct connect with the dealers, but not with the farmers. And a lot of that is because of a lack of financial inclusion and the ability of banks to come and replace some of the traditional financing means. And that can only be made possible if banks have access to transaction level data, which they can then use to provide that level of financing. And for us, I mean, Waqar, both you and I come from the technology sector, but if I was to be given another chance of going back to the entrepreneurial roots, I would go set up a tech platform, addressing the agriculture sector, because there is just so much room for improvement there. It's a $50 billion sector with tremendous inefficiencies. There is a desperate need for the financial institutions of the country to reach out, to lend money to the farmers. But this will only be made possible if there are right technology platforms which allow for that connect with the farmer community. And I think that's going to be the big opportunity for different companies here. So technology is here to obviously stay, and COVID has just, again, amplified it a lot more.
Thank you, Gayal. So we spoke about hybrid environment becoming part of the new normal. We've also spoken about, and I'm glad you mentioned SAP, our friend Saqib will be happy to hear that. We spoke about how technology is no more an option. It is something that every organization and government, and we have governor sitting here, have to embrace. And I would strongly recommend people sitting here to please move away from paper. It's good for environment, but it's also good for the future of how we take the work forward. I was particularly pleased when you spoke about the Humsafar app and the fact that 25% of the total transactions end-to-end were done on the app. And that shows the role technologies can play to establish the connection, cutting the middle tiers, which delays the access to finance, access to facilities, etc. So, when we talk about an organization, there are three things that typically you look at a high level. You look at the people part, you look at the process part, you look at the technology part. Now we come to the most important element of this discussion and how the post-pandemic world will touch the human part, which is the people part, how they'll be impacted, what's the role of compassion and empathy. And everyone spoke about, Marshal Suhail also spoke about people side quite a bit, how the role of compassion and empathy will evolve as a strong value within the corporate culture, and how it will play a role in moving the organization from, as they say, good to great. Yeah. So just your insight on the people side of it.
I think the first realization is that definitely you and me and majority of the people in this room have gone into a minority, right? So 75% of, almost 75% of our workforce are millennials, and they think differently. They are far more concerned about, and rightly so, about the purpose that we serve as a corporation. They are far more aware, or concerned rather, about their physical and mental health. And all this kind of plays a part in awareness of leaders, right? So we grew up in, very, very different times where, we had to toughen up in situations and while growing up, but the demands of the workforce today are fairly different, and it is fundamentally dependent on establishing those very transparent and open lines of communication, and to really get to a level where you understand how 3/4 of the workforce is thinking, because the reality is that they are clearly more relevant. And as much as we want them to understand us as leaders, I think there's a bigger responsibility for us to understand them, of what their demands are. So I think it's a very vast subject, Waqar, but I would just summarize it by saying that understanding their perspective and keeping very open lines of communication at all levels, and being transparent, right? Call it out as it is fundamental.
Yeah, a great insight on the people side, and it is important for corporate leaders, especially those who belong to our generation of bloomers, as they call it, that you cannot build an organization of the 2030 by thinking about what you did in 2010. Because the Gen Zs and the millennials think differently, act differently, and they're thinking of exactly, you talked about the purpose, why they do what they do is extremely important. So linking everything to the purpose of an organization has accentuated in the post-pandemic world, and especially because in our country, as you said, 75% of the workforce will be Gen Z and millennials in very short span of time. Just the last piece on the topic, and I think it is also important, and I think pandemic has given rise, in adversity, as they say, there is an opportunity, has given rise to it, is to balance the gender diversity in this country, but also in the corporate sector in general. Technology has enabled all genders to work in ways like never before. So it would be good to get your insight in the post-pandemic world as to how you see the role of technology and how the gender diversity will evolve, not just around the globe, but also in Pakistan, due to whatever has happened in the last 22 months. So your insight on it.
Yeah, so that is really, in many ways, the elephant in the room, right? So there have been lots of comparisons that have been drawn to Bangladesh in the last couple of years of how their economy has progressed, particularly in export, as compared to ours. And one of the fundamental differences between the two countries is how they've been able to mobilize the female workforce. That comes down to as perhaps one of the most important factors. And if you look at some of the numbers in Pakistan, they're fairly appalling. And I'll be the first one to say that with us at Engro also at 10% gender diversity, we are also appalling. Trying our best to improve it. I think the traditional mindsets that women cannot work at industrial complexes and all are just figment of our imagination. They're not reality. I think the women are very much ready to work under same circumstances as men. I think they're very eager. And yes, technology, hybrid work for a certain segment of the women has given rise to an opportunity. And we've come out with several programs. Break Ke Baad is one initiative where we've created a program for women who've taken a break because of, responsibilities that they may have had as mothers or as wives, to come back into the workforce. And there's a lot of work required, but the presence of technology, acceptance of hybrid work is certainly an opportunity for a certain segment. But I think it's a wider problem of our mindset at all levels, which needs to be worked on.
Thank you, Riaz. So just before we conclude, I want your last words on the topic and also how you see Engro playing a role in the economic development of the country.
Well, I think, again, Dr. Shamshad and Air Marshal Saab and Ehsan also touched upon it. We have to increase our exports. There's no way we can progress as a country if we're not able to sell our products and services to the rest of the world. It's as simple as that. And for us to come up with new engines of growth in terms of export, whether it's technology services, whether it's food processing, whether it's mineral mining, we need to come up with new engines for our export. We need to collect more taxes. 9-10% of GDP is just not going to fly. So, so clearly there is a need for us to document our economy, use technology to do that, and to broaden our tax base. Engro, in this whole scheme of things, always propagates that that a dollar saved is a dollar earned. So we want to do our part in terms of import substitution in the petrochemical space. We want to play our part in renewable energy in a more evolved, free, deregulated market. And then, of course, in terms of connectivity, we want to play our part as an infrastructure provider where we take some of the burden off of the MNOs in terms of their capital requirements to increase connectivity. And as Waqar, you said that how important it is for the growth of Pakistan for people to be connected. because that will allow them to use technology-enabled apps to, become more inclusive and become a greater part of the economy. So
Thank you very much.
I just want to thank Asfar for giving the opportunity, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, we spoke very quickly about hybrid work environment, which is going to be there, and better that we embrace this outcome-based leadership that we spoke about. Technology is important. People part will become the center of everything that we do, and the gender diversity will play a strong role as we move ahead. You've been a great audience. Thank you so very much for listening to us. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm so sorry we are running behind time, but we will be taking the questions over a nice cup of tea right after. But dear boomers and dear everyone, I think we had a little bit of a moment where we are once again reminded that time is such a man-made construct. Yes, it was brilliant to hear both our speakers talk about how in the coming days the workforce will be readjusting to the new realities. But while we are so focused on the millennials and the Gen Z, presently they're about there are perhaps about 10 million people in Pakistan who are above the age of 60. So let's not forget them as well. Moreover, ladies and gentlemen, we live in a time where we're talking about the great resignation. So even when people are being offered a hybrid way of working, some people are just not happy. And in the West, for the most digitized, the most accomplished positions, people are now bargaining and negotiating their packages and their perks to be much better. So that's the reality. And like all our speakers have emphasized, it would be insanity doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. But ladies and gentlemen, now let's move on to a very important conversation, and let's hear it from the Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan, because we're all eagerly trying to understand how this jigsaw puzzle of new realities is coming together to form the big picture. Please join me in welcoming the Honorable Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan to speak about the subject, the future of Pakistan's economy, Dr. Raza Bakir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Governor Sindh Imran Ismail Sahib, former Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan Shamshad Akhtar Sahiba, Asfar Saab, distinguished CEOs of companies and banks, and most of all the guests at today's event, Assalamu alaikum. आज की तकरीरें मैं देख रहा था सारी अंग्रेज़ी में हो रही हैं, तो अगर आप इजाज़त दें तो मैं उर्दू से शुरू करना चाहूँगा. देखिए, मैं चाहूँगा कि आज की इस तकरीर में थोड़ा सा हम जो डे टू डे इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट्स होती हैं उनसे एक कदम पीछे हट के एक ब्रॉडर लेवल पे बात करना चाहूँगा कि अगर हम पिछले 2-3 सालों में हम देखें तो वो क्या कुछ ऐसे एरियाज़ हैं जहाँ पे एज़ पाकिस्तानीज़ आई थिंक वी शुड बी प्राउड, हमें फ़ख्र करना चाहिए, जहाँ पे हमारी मईशत ने कुछ चैलेंजेस को सहा है और कैसे सहा है. 3 चीज़ें मैं आपके सामने रखना चाहूँगा जहाँ पे मेरा ख़्याल है कि हमें रिफ़्लेक्ट करना चाहिए पाकिस्तान के एक्सपीरियंस को, और उसके बाद जब हम अपने मुस्तक़बिल को देखते हैं कि अनकरीब ग्लोबल लेवल पे और डोमेस्टिक लेवल पे क्या चैलेंजेस हैं, तो वो 3 चैलेंजेस मैं आपके साथ आज शेयर करना चाहूँगा. तो सबसे पहले अगर हम बात करें कि पिछले 2-3 साल में पाकिस्तान की कुछ स्ट्रेंथ्स क्या रही, और ये भी एक कंप्लीट लिस्ट नहीं है, काफ़ी सारी और चीज़ें हैं, लेकिन मैं चाहूँगा कि स्पेसिफिक हो और 3 चीज़ों का जिक्र करूँ. सबसे पहली चीज़ जो मैं दोहराना चाहूँगा, और मेरे ख़्याल में इंटरनेशनल फोरा पे इतनी नहीं दोहराई जाती जितना उसको दोहराना चाहिए, वो है पाकिस्तान का एक्सपीरियंस ड्यूरिंग कोविड. और ये एक वबा थी और एक इकोनॉमिक शॉक था जिसको इकोनॉमिक्स टर्म में एक्सोजेनस कहते हैं, यानी कि ये हमने कोई ऐसी चीज़ नहीं कही, दुनिया के किसी भी मुल्क ने कोई ऐसी चीज़ नहीं की, लेकिन सब पे ये ग्लोबल इकोनॉमिक کیٹاسٹرفی آئی. سوال یہ پیدا ہوا کہ مختلف ممالک نے اس کو ہینڈل کیسے کیا. اور آپ کے سامنے میں شروع میں ایک چارٹ رکھوں گا کہ پاکستان کا ایکسپیرینس کیا رہا کووڈ میں, اور میں آپ سب سے ریکویسٹ کروں گا کہ اس کو کچھ سیکنڈ کے لیے غور کریں. یہ 3 پینلز ہیں اور یہ بتاتے ہیں کہ اگر آپ لیٹسٹ فگرز کے مطابق نمبر آف کیسز, نمبر آف ڈیتھس اینڈ پازیٹیوٹی ریشو, اور ان تینوں کو ہم نے نارملائز کیا ہوا ہے, اسکیل کیا ہوا ہے, یعنی کہ نمبر آف کیسز پر ملین آف پیپل, نمبر آف ڈیتھس پر ملین آف پیپل, اور پازیٹیوٹی ریشو یعنی کہ دا نمبر آف PCR ٹیسٹ جو کہ پازیٹیو آتے ہیں. تو آپ کو اس سے ایک پیغام ملے گا, اور وہ پیغام یہ ہے کہ آپ اپنے ہمسائے ملکوں سے دیکھ لیں, آپ اپنی کمپیریبل کنٹریز سے دیکھ لیں, آپ گلوبل ایوریج سے دیکھ لیں, تو آپ دیکھیں گے کہ پاکستان نے کرونا کی ہر لہر میں جو یہ انڈیکیٹرز ہیں ان کو کم رکھا. کچھ لوگ کہتے ہیں کہ جو نمبر آف کیسز اور نمبر آف ڈیتھس وہ انڈر رپورٹڈ ہوتے ہیں, جو کہ ٹھیک بات ہے, وہ ہوتے ہیں. اسی لیے جو تیسرا پینل ہے وہ پازیٹیوٹی ریشو کا ہے, کیونکہ پازیٹیوٹی ریشو انڈر رپورٹ نہیں ہو سکتا, وہ سمپلی نمبر آف PCR ٹیسٹ وچ آر ریٹرنڈ ایز پازیٹیو. تو کہنے کی مراد یہ ہے کہ پہلی چیز جس پہ ہمیں پاکستانیوں کو ایز اے نیشن فخر کرنا چاہیے وہ یہ ہے کہ اس وبا کی ہر لہر میں پاکستان نے گلوبل ایوریجز اور ملکوں کی ایوریجز سے اپنے کیسز کو کنٹرول کیا. اور معیشت کے لیے یہ اس لیے اہم ہے کہ اگر یہ گلوبل شاک اکنامک شاک تھا ہی پبلک ہیلتھ کرائسس, اگر پبلک ہیلتھ کرائسس کو ہم نہیں مینیج کریں گے تو پھر اس کی امپلیکیشنز ہماری اکانومی پہ بھی ہوئیں گے. تو ہمیں اپریشیٹ کرنا چاہیے جو کام NCOC نے کیا, اور اس کے ساتھ ساتھ ہمیں اپریشیٹ کرنا چاہیے جو کام اس کے ساتھ احساس کیش ٹرانسفر پروگرام میں ہوا. ورلڈ بینک نے, ایشین ڈیولپمنٹ بینک نے اور بین الاقوامی اداروں نے پاکستان کے اس پروگرام کی تعریف کی ہے کہ نہ صرف گلوبلی اگر آپ دیکھیں تو پبلک ہیلتھ کی ڈائمینشن کو کنٹرول کیا, بلکہ جو غریب لوگ ہیں ان کو ایک اچھے اور ٹارگیٹڈ مینر میں جلد از جلد کیش ٹرانسفرز پہنچائے. اور اگر آپ اس کی ٹوٹل دیکھیں کہ اس کا امپیکٹ کتنا ہوا تو ڈپینڈنگ اپان ہاؤ یو کاؤنٹڈ 1 or 2 or 1 in 3 households were touched by the احساس کیش ٹرانسفر پروگرام. سو آئی تھنک سب سے پہلے جو پاکستان کا کووڈ کا جو ایکسپیرینس ہے گلوبلی اٹ اسٹینڈز آؤٹ, اینڈ آئی ایز اے پاکستانی فیل پراؤڈ اینڈ آئی ووڈ انکریج یو ٹو ریز یور ہیڈ ہائی وین ایور یو اسپیکنگ in international fora about Pakistan's COVID journey. That's number 1. دوسری چیز یہ ہے اب معیشت کی طرف آتے ہوئے کہ اس کووڈ کی وبا کے باوجود ہمارے جو اکنامک فنڈامنٹلز ہیں ان کو ہم نے برقرار رکھا ہے, اور میں 2 چیزوں کا ذکر کرنا چاہوں گا. دیکھیں اگر آپ پاکستان کی تاریخ میں جو ہماری معیشت میں جو چیلنجز آئے ہیں اور جس کی وجہ سے ہمیں بار بار بین الاقوامی اداروں کے سامنے جا کے ہاتھ پھیلانے پڑے ہیں, تو اس میں ہمیشہ 2 کازز ہمارے سامنے رہے ہیں. ایک کاز ہے ہمارا فسکل ڈیفیسٹ, گورنمنٹ کا ڈیفیسٹ, یعنی کہ گورنمنٹ کے جو اخراجات ہیں اس کی آمدنی سے زیادہ ہیں, ٹیکس ریونیوز کی میں بات کر رہا ہوں. اور دوسرا ہے ہمارا کرنٹ اکاؤنٹ ڈیفیسٹ, یا ہمارا جو بیلنس آف پیمنٹس کا مسلسل اس میں پرابلم رہتی ہے. ان دونوں فنڈامنٹلز کو میجر کرنے کے لیے جو پہلا ہے فسکل ڈیفیسٹ, اس کا جو انٹرنیشنلی ریکگنائزڈ میٹرک ہے وہ ہے ہمارا ڈیٹ ٹو GDP ریشو. ہماری گورنمنٹ پبلک سیکٹر کی کتنی ڈیٹ ہے ان % آف GDP. تو میں آپ کے سامنے ایک اگلا فگر چارٹ رکھنا چاہتا ہوں جو دکھائے گا کہ پاکستان میں یہ ڈیٹ ٹو GDP ریشو پچھلے 2 سال میں کیسے ایوالو کیا. اس وبا کے باوجود, کووڈ کی وبا کے باوجود, اگر آپ پاکستان کا ایکسپیرینس دیکھیں ان فنڈامنٹلز پہ جس کی وجہ سے بار بار ہمیں بین الاقوامی اداروں کے سامنے جانا پڑا ہے, تو کیا پرفارمنس رہی. یہ فگرز جو ہیں آپ کے سامنے IMF کے فگرز ہیں, انٹرنیشنل ایجنسیز کے فگرز ہیں. اس کے مطابق اگر آپ دیکھیں گے تو پچھلے 2 سال میں پاکستان نے اپنا ڈیٹ ٹو GDP ریشو جو ہے اس کو کم کیا ہے, اور ان کمپیریزن آپ دیکھ لیں کہ باقی ملکوں میں کیا ہوا ہے جب یہ وبا پھیلی. ملکوں نے ایسے بے تحاشا فسکل سپینڈنگ کی کہ جس سے ان کی جو ڈیٹ ہے وہ بڑھی. اور اگر آپ دیکھیں جو ایوریج ہے ایڈوانسڈ اکانومیز کی, وہاں پہ تو تقریباً 18% وہ بڑھی, اور اگر آپ ایمرجنگ مارکیٹس کو دیکھیں تقریباً 10% ڈیٹ ٹو GDP ریشو بڑھا. ہم نے کم کیا, اور یہ اہم اس لیے ہے کہ ڈیٹ ٹو GDP is one of the 2 reasons why we have repeatedly had to go to international agencies. دوسرا کیا میٹرک ہے؟ دوسرا میٹرک ہے ہماری بیلنس آف پیمنٹس کا, کرنٹ اکاؤنٹ ڈیفیسٹ کا. بیلنس آف پیمنٹس کے جب پریشر آتے ہیں تو وہاں پہ جو انڈیکیٹر جو ہے, جو ہمیشہ پریڈکٹ کرتا ہے اگر آپ کے دوبارہ کوئی ایکسچینج کرائسس آنا ہے یا بیلنس آف پیمنٹس کا پریشر آنا ہے, وہ ہیں ہمارے ملک کے ریزروز. اور دوسرا جو میں فگر آپ کے سامنے رکھنا چاہتا ہوں وہ یہ ہے کہ کووڈ کی وبا کے باوجود پچھلے 2-2.5 سال میں ہمارے ریزروز میں کیا پرفارمنس رہی. تو اگر آپ اگلی سلائیڈ لگائیں تو یہ آپ دیکھیں گے کہ جو اوپر والے بارز ہیں دیٹ از آور ٹوٹل ریزروز آف دا سینٹرل بینک آف پاکستان, دا گراس ریزروز جسے ہم کہتے ہیں, اور جو نیچے والے بار ہیں وہ ہیں جو اسٹیٹ بینک آف پاکستان کی فارورڈ لائبلٹیز ہوتی ہیں اور سواپ لائبلٹیز ہوتی ہیں. یہ آف بیلنس شیٹ آئٹم ہوتا ہے لیکن ہم اس کو رپورٹ کرتے ہیں ٹرانسپیرنسی کے لیے, اور ان دونوں کا جو فرق ہے وہ لال لائن میں آپ کے سامنے دکھایا ہوا ہے, جس کو آپ اپنا نیٹ بفر سمجھ لیں. اٹس سمپلی دا ڈفرنس بٹوین دا لائٹ بلو بار اینڈ دا ڈارک بلو بار. تو آپ دیکھ لیں کہ 2 سال پہلے 2019 میں ہم کہاں کھڑے ہوئے تھے. جتنے ہی ہمارے گراس ریزروز تھے اتنی ہی ہماری نیگیٹو فارورڈ پوزیشن تھی, تو نیٹ آپ تقریباً 0 پہ کھڑے ہوئے تھے. اور اب آپ دیکھیں اس میں کووڈ کے باوجود ہم نے اپنے نیٹ فارن ایکسچینج بفرز کو بڑھایا ہے, اگر آپ اس لال لائن کو دیکھیں, اور یہ سارے نمبر وہی ہیں جو ہماری ویب سائٹ پہ بھی لگے ہوئے ہیں. تو کہنے کی مراد یہ ہے کہ جو دوسری چیز اگر ہم دیکھیں جہاں پہ ہمیں فخر کرنا چاہیے کہ ہمارے پچھلے 2-2.5 سالوں میں ہم نے امپروومنٹ لائی, وہ اکنامک فنڈامنٹلز ہیں جس کے صرف میں نے آپ کو 2 انڈیکیٹرز دیے ہیں. ایک ہے ڈیٹ ٹو GDP ریشو اور دوسرا ہے ہمارے فارن ایکسچینج ریزروز کی سچویشن, کیونکہ انہی وجوہات کی وجہ سے ماضی میں ہمیں بین الاقوامی اداروں کے پاس جانا پڑا ہے. تیسری چیز جو میں آپ کے سامنے رکھوں گا جو ہماری ایک اسٹرینتھ رہی ہے وہ یہ ہے کہ یہ کیا ایکسپلین کرتا ہے, ہاؤ ڈو وی ایکسپلین دا فیکٹ کہ اس کے باوجود کہ دنیا کا ورلڈ وار 2 سے سب سے بڑا گلوبل اکنامک کرائسس آیا اور پاکستان نے اپنے اکنامک فنڈامنٹلز کو اسٹرینتھن کر لیا, کمزور نہیں ہوئے, اسٹرینتھن ہو گئے. یہ دونوں فیکٹس آپ کے سامنے ہیں. تو اس کی جو وجہ میں آپ کے سامنے رکھنا چاہتا ہوں, بہت ساری وجوہات ہیں. فرسٹ اینڈ فار موسٹ I would say is the economic management from the top. اور اس میں اور ماضی میں جو ایک فرق ہے وہ یہ ہے کہ پاکستان کا, ہماری لیڈرشپ کا, starting from the Prime Minister of Pakistan, then the Finance Ministry, and then other economic agencies including agencies like the State Bank, جو response ہے that has been very proactive. جب کووڈ آیا تو ہم نے انتظار نہیں کیا, اور میں آپ کو دکھانا چاہتا ہوں حکومت نے بہت سارے میجرز لیے, لیکن میں آج آپ کو دکھانا چاہتا ہوں کہ اسٹیٹ بینک نے کیا میجرز لیے اور کس رفتار سے میجرز لیے کہ جس کی وجہ سے ہمارے جو اکنامک فنڈامنٹلز ہیں اس میں بہتری آئی. اگر ایک اور چارٹ ہے جو دکھاتا ہے جو ہم نے میجرز لیے بائی منتھ, اگر وہ ہے تو وہ آپ لگا دیں, اگر نہیں ہے تو میں آپ کو بتاتا ہوں کہ یہ وہ سارے میجرز ہیں جو ہم نے لیے بٹوین مارچ آف 2020 اینڈ جولائی آف 2020. آپ کو یاد ہوگا کہ جب آج سے تقریباً 1.25 سال پہلے the great global lockdown happened in about February of 2020, جب ساری گلوبل اکانومی اسٹینڈ اسٹل پہ آ گئی تھی. اور یہ جو سارے میجرز آپ کے سامنے ہیں جو اسٹیٹ بینک آف پاکستان نے لیے، یہ سارے مارچ آف 2020 اور جولائی آف 2020 تک جو ہے یہ ہم نے رول آؤٹ کر دیے تھے. اس میں کچھ یہ وہ چارٹ ہے جو دکھاتا ہے کس رفتار سے ہم نے ان میجرز کو رول آؤٹ کیا. یہ جو بیک گراؤنڈ میں ہے دس از دا نمبر آف کیسز پر ملین ان پاکستان. اور اگر آپ دیکھیں 2020 میں جس رفتار سے ہر ایک ورٹیکل لائن جو ہے وہ ایک اسٹیٹ بینک کا سرکولر ہے جو اسٹیٹ بینک نے نکالا تھا یا کوئی نئی اسکیم نکالی تھی. اور میں بھی صرف اسٹیٹ بینک کا ذکر کر رہا ہوں. اگر آپ فائنانس ڈویژن کا دیکھیں اور باقی ایجنسیز کا دیکھیں تو آپ دیکھیں گے کہ حکومت کا ہر ادارہ بڑے پرو ایکٹیو انداز سے میجرز لے رہا تھا کہ اپنی معیشت کو کووڈ کی وبا سے بچائیں. اگر دوبارہ اسی پہ آ جائیں جو ساری ایگریگیٹ پکچر دے رہا تھا اس سے پہلی والی جو تھی، مجھ سے کچھ سپیکر جنہوں نے پہلے تقریریں کیں انہوں نے ہماری ایک اسکیم کا ذکر کیا جس کا نام ہے ٹرف. میں شکر گزار ہوں ان کے سپورٹ کا. ٹرف یہ وہ اسکیم ہے جو کہ آپ دیکھیں گے سیکنڈ فرام دا ٹاپ پرپل بار میں جو ہے ٹیمپرری اکنامک ری فائنانس فیسلٹی. یہ اسٹیٹ بینک کی تاریخ میں پہلی دفعہ ایک ایسی اسکیم دی گئی اور اس کا مقصد یہ تھا کہ جو ہمارے صنعت کار ہیں ان کو ایک انسینٹو دینا کہ ہم جانتے تھے کہ جب کووڈ آیا نیچرل رسپانس یہ ہوگا کہ انسرٹنٹی کی وجہ سے وہ اپنی انویسٹمنٹ ڈیسیجن کو ڈیلے کریں گے. نیچرل رسپانس ہے. اگر آپ کے خیال میں اکنامک فیوچر انسرٹن ہو گیا ہے تو اگر آپ نے کوئی بڑا خرچہ کرنا ہے تو آپ رک جائیں گے اور یہ مناسب ہے کہ فیصلہ جو ہے وہ بزنس مین ہی کرے. ہم چاہتے تھے کہ بزنس مین کو ایک ایسا انسینٹو دیں اور ایک ٹائم باؤنڈ انسینٹو دیں کہ وہ اپنی کیلکولیشن کرے، لیکن ہم ایک ایسی اٹریکٹیو کنسیشنل فائنینسنگ اسکیم دیں کہ اگر وہ اگلے سال میں انویسٹمنٹ کرنا چاہے گا تو یہ اس کو ملے گی ورنہ نہیں ملے گی، پھر بھی فیصلہ اسی کا ہے. اس لیے ہم ٹرف اسکیم لائے. ٹرف اسکیم میں ہم نے قرضہ دیا بینک کو اور بینک کو یہ کہا کہ آگے جس کلائنٹ کو قرضہ دینا ہے وہ آپ کی ڈیسیجن ہے، حکومت کی یا سینٹرل بینک کی اس میں مداخلت نہیں ہے، لیکن جو بینک نے انشور کرنا ہے وہ یہ ہے کہ وہ جس پروجیکٹ کو قرضہ دے گا بینک فیل سیٹسفائیڈ کہ بینک ول بی ری پیڈ ان فل اینڈ آن ٹائم. اور یہ جو ہماری ڈی ایف آئیز ماضی میں ہوتی تھیں اس سے ایک بڑا مختلف طریقہ تھا ایلوکیٹ کرنے کا فنڈنگ کو کہ اس میں حکومت کی اور سینٹرل بینک کی مداخلت نہیں ہوگی. The credit decision will be made by the banks themselves and the regulator will hold the banks accountable for their asset quality indicators, for their non-performing loans ratios. یہی وہ اسکیم تھی جس میں تقریباً 430 ارب کی نئی انویسٹمنٹ ہوئی. اور ہمیں کیسے پتا ہے کہ یہ نئی انویسٹمنٹ ہوئی ہے؟ کیونکہ یہ قرضہ مل نہیں سکتا تھا جب تک کلائنٹ جو ہے لیٹر ایل سی نہیں دکھاتا بینک کو کہ یہ میں مشینری خرید رہا ہوں اس فائنینسنگ کے ذریعے. تو ہمیں بڑے کانفیڈنس سے اب یہ اندازہ ہے کہ کم از کم تو اتنی انویسٹمنٹ ہوئی ہے. اگر آپ ساتھ سول ورکس کو اس کے ملائیں تو تقریباً یہ جو انویسٹمنٹ کا فگر ہے یہ ڈبل ہو جاتا ہے. لیکن اس کے ساتھ ساتھ جو میں کہنا چاہوں گا اگر آپ ٹوٹل میجرز دیکھیں تو ٹرف ایک اسکیم تھی، اس کے علاوہ بھی ہم نے کافی اور اسکیمیں دیں اور جلدی دیں. اب یہ جو تیسری چیز ہے جس کا میں ذکر کر رہا ہوں جس کی وجہ سے ہی ہماری معیشت جو ہے اس نے جلدی ریکوری کی از دا پرو ایکٹیونیس آف دا پالیسی رسپانس. اور کووڈ کے جب چیلنج آیا کیونکہ ہمارا رسپانس پرو ایکٹیو تھا اس لیے ہماری گروتھ جو ہے جب وہ کم ہوئی، ہماری -0.5% جی ڈی پی تھی کووڈ کی پیک پہ. اور اگر آپ اور ملکوں کو دیکھیں تو کہیں جی ڈی پی گروتھ -5%، کہیں -10%. تو ایک وجہ جس کی وجہ سے ہماری گروتھ کم گری وہ یہ تھی کہ رسپانس جو تھا ود دا لیڈرشپ فرام دا ٹاپ واز ویری پرو ایکٹیو. اور سب اکنامک مینیجرز کو انسٹرکشنز تھیں کہ آپ نے آؤٹ آف دا باکس سولوشنز لانے ہیں اپنی معیشت کو بچانے کے لیے. اب اس پرو ایکٹیونیس کی ایک دوسری ریفلیکشن بھی ہے کیونکہ اکنامک مینیجرز کی یہ ذمہ داری ہوتی ہے کہ جب گروتھ کولیپس کر رہی ہو تو آپ نے میجرز دینے ہیں کہ اس کو سپورٹ کرے. ساتھ ساتھ دوسری طرف اگر گروتھ بڑھ رہی ہو اور ایسے بڑھ رہی ہو کہ اس کا ہمارے تجارتی خسارے پہ زیادہ اثر پڑ رہا ہو، تو اکنامک مینیجرز پہ پھر یہ بھی لازم ہے کہ اس کو ماڈریٹ کریں اور پرو ایکٹیولی ماڈریٹ کریں. اور اسی لیے اب میں دوسری سمت میں آنا چاہتا ہوں کہ ایک دفعہ جب ہم نے دکھا دیا کہ کووڈ سے ریکوری ہم نے ایک اچھی انداز میں کی، ساتھ ساتھ گلوبل کموڈٹی پرائسز کے چیلنج کی وجہ سے ہمارا کرنٹ اکاؤنٹ ڈیفیسٹ بھی بڑھنا شروع ہو گیا، اور آج کل اسی پہ زیادہ ڈسکشن ہے کہ ہمارا کرنٹ اکاؤنٹ ڈیفیسٹ بڑھ رہا ہے. تو میں آپ کو جو پوائنٹ بتانا چاہتا ہوں ود ریگارڈ ٹو پرو ایکٹیونیس وہ یہ ہے کہ جب ہم نے میجرز دینے تھے اکانومی کو سپورٹ کرنے کے لیے ہم نے جلدی دیے، اور جب ہم نے میجرز لینے تھے کہ ہماری اکانومی میں کموڈٹی پرائسز اور ڈیمانڈ گروتھ کی وجہ سے ہمارا کرنٹ اکاؤنٹ ڈیفیسٹ مینیجیبل رہے، تو پھر بھی ہم نے اس میں دیر نہیں کی. اور وہ کیا ٹولز ہیں جو ہم استعمال کر سکتے ہیں یہ انشور کرنے کے لیے کہ ہمارا کرنٹ اکاؤنٹ ڈیفیسٹ سسٹینیبل رہے؟ سب سے پہلی چیز جو ہے جس کا ذکر نارملی پبلک ڈسکورس میں ایک اور انداز میں ہوتا ہے وہ ہے ایکسچینج ریٹ. جون 2019 سے جو ہمارا ایکسچینج ریٹ ہے وہ مارکیٹ بیسڈ ہم نے بنایا، اور وہ اسی لیے بنایا کیونکہ اس سے پہلے جب وہ فکسڈ ہوتا تھا تو کرنٹ اکاؤنٹ ڈیفیسٹ جو ہے وہ سسٹینیبل نہیں ہوتا تھا، اور جب وہ سسٹینیبل نہیں ہوتا تھا تو ہمارے ریزروز گرتے تھے. اگر آپ کے پاس وہ ایکسچینج ریٹ کا چارٹ ہے تو اگر آپ وہ کائنڈلی دکھائیں، یہ ہے ہمارا ایکسچینج ریٹ پچھلے تقریباً 2 سالوں میں، جنوری 2020 سے دسمبر آف 2021 تک. اور یہ جو نیلی لائن ہے یہ ہمارا ڈیلی ایکسچینج ریٹ ہے، اور جو بار ہے اورنج میں وہ سال کی ایوریج ہے. جو پہلے ہاریزونٹل بار ہے وہ 2020 کے ایوریج ایکسچینج ریٹ، اگر آپ ہر دن کا ایکسچینج ریٹ لیں اور اس کی ایوریج لیں، اور اگر آپ 2021 کا ایکسچینج ریٹ ہر روز کا لیں اور اس کی ایوریج لیں، تو آپ دیکھیں گے کہ ہمارا ڈے ٹو ڈے ایکسچینج ریٹ تو کافی چینج ہوتا رہا ہے، لیکن جو ہمارا ایوریج ایکسچینج ریٹ ہے ان 2 سالوں میں وہ تقریباً وہی ہے جو پچھلے سال میں تھا. لیکن ایکسچینج ریٹ کی رسپانسونیس سے فائدہ کیا ہے؟ فائدہ یہ ہے کہ یہ ایک شاک ایبزاربر ہوتا ہے. جب کرنٹ اکاؤنٹ ڈیفیسٹ بڑھنا شروع ہوئے اور اگر ایکسچینج ریٹ ایڈجسٹ ہوتا ہے تو پھر اس کا امپیکٹ یہ ہوتا ہے کہ جو کرنٹ اکاؤنٹ ڈیفیسٹ جس رفتار سے بڑھنا تھا اس رفتار سے نہیں بڑھے گا اور سسٹینیبل لیولز پہ رہے گا. منتھلی اگر آپ ہمارا کرنٹ اکاؤنٹ ڈیفیسٹ دیکھیں تو ماضی میں جب ہمارا کرنٹ اکاؤنٹ ڈیفیسٹ کوئی $700 ملین سے بڑھنا شروع ہوا، تو اس سے پہلا جو ایپیسوڈ ہے وہ شروع ہوتا ہے جولائی 2016 میں. اور میں آپ کو بتانا چاہتا ہوں what is the difference between then and what is the difference between now. اس وقت جب کرنٹ اکاؤنٹ ڈیفیسٹ بڑھنا شروع ہوا تیزی سے اور 700 ملین کے فگر کو کراس کر گیا، تو اس وقت 19 مہینے گزر گئے اور ایکسچینج ریٹ ہلا نہیں. دسمبر 2018 میں جا کے 2017 میں جا کے وہ ہلا. جولائی 2016 سے لے کے دسمبر 2017 تک جو ہے ایکسچینج ریٹ آپ کا وہی رہا. تو اگر آپ کا کرنٹ اکاؤنٹ ڈیفیسٹ بڑھ رہا ہو اور آپ کا جو نیچرل شاک ایبزاربر ہے وہ ایڈجسٹ نہ کرے تو کرنٹ اکاؤنٹ ڈیفیسٹ انسسٹینیبل ہی ہوگا. تو کہنے کی مراد یہ ہے کہ جس طرح پرو ایکٹیونیس سے ہم نے پہلے گروتھ کو سپورٹ کیا، اسی طرح جب آپ کرنٹ اکاؤنٹ ڈیفیسٹ بڑھ رہا ہے تو پرو ایکٹیولی اس کو مینیج کرنے کے بھی طریقے لا رہے ہیں. دوسری چیز ہے پالیسی ریٹ. ماضی میں جب جولائی میں ہمارا کرنٹ اکاؤنٹ ڈیفیسٹ یہ 700 ملین کا فگر کراس کیا تو 19 مہینے گزر گئے اور جو ہے پالیسی ریٹ ایڈجسٹ نہیں ہوا. اور اس دفعہ جب ہمارا کرنٹ اکاؤنٹ ڈیفیسٹ جون آف 2020 میں 700 ملین کا فگر کراس کرتا ہے، اور آپ دیکھیں گے کہ جون سے ہی یہ ایکسچینج ریٹ ایڈجسٹ ہونا شروع ہو جاتا ہے، اور سپٹمبر میں یعنی کہ 3 مہینے کے بعد ہم نے اپنا پالیسی ریٹ بھی ایڈجسٹ کیا. اور اب ہم انٹرنیشنلی ان سینٹرل بینکس میں نہیں ہیں جہاں پہ کہیں ڈسکشن یہ ہو رہی ہے کہ کچھ سینٹرل بینکس آر بیہائنڈ دا کرو. ہم ان سینٹرل بینکس میں سے ہیں جنہوں نے پرو ایکٹیولی یہ رسپانس لیے، اور یہ رسپانس اس لیے لیے ہیں کہ جس طرح ہم نے کووڈ میں یہ کانفیڈنس دینا تھا کہ ہم گروتھ کو بہت گرنے نہیں دیں گے، اسی طرح ہم نے جب ہماری کرنٹ اکاؤنٹ ڈیفیسٹ بڑھ رہا تھا تو یہ پیغام پہنچانا تھا کہ ہم کرنٹ اکاؤنٹ ڈیفیسٹ کو بھی مینیجیبل رکھیں گے. اسی لیے ان جو تین نکات آپ کے سامنے رکھے ہیں، ایک پاکستان کا کووڈ میں ایکسپیرینس، دوسرا پاکستان کے اکنامک فنڈامنٹلز جو فگرز کے سامنے آپ کے سامنے میں بیان کرنا چاہتا تھا کہ پہلے سے ان میں کتنی امپروومنٹ آئی ہے، اور تیسرا کہ کیونکہ ہم پرو ایکٹیولی اب رسپانس لے رہے ہیں، اس لیے جو ہماری گروتھ ہے اس کو ہم پہلے سے زیادہ سسٹینیبل انداز میں دیکھ رہے ہیں. اب یہ وہ تین چیزیں تھیں جو ہماری اسٹرینتھس ہیں. جو تین چیزیں جن کی تفصیل میں نہیں جاؤں گا کیونکہ مائی ٹائم از اپ، لیکن میں آپ کو مینشن ضرور کرنا چاہوں گا کہ جہاں پہ ہمیں اور کام کرنے کی ضرورت ہے. And this talk would not be complete if we don't recognize the challenges and we only talk about some of the strengths. پہلا چیلنج یہ ہے the global commodity prices. And we should acknowledge کہ یہ ایک بڑا چیلنج ہے، گلوبلی ہے اور ہمارے لیے بھی ہے. اس کی کیا مثال ہے؟ اس کی مثال ایک یہ ہے کہ یو ایس اے میں 40 سال میں اتنی مہنگائی نہیں ہوئی جتنی اب ہو رہی، اور کیونکہ ہم ایک امپورٹ کرنے والی کنٹری ہیں جس میں تقریباً 1/3 of our payments are oil، تو یہ کموڈٹی پرائس کی جو سائیکل ہے ہمیں چیلنجز دے گی. اس کا جواب کیا ہے کہ ہمارے جو فنڈامنٹلز ہیں they are the strongest that they have been in 2.5 years. دوسرا چیلنج کیا ہے؟ وہ ہے ہماری ایکسپورٹ پرفارمنس. پچھلے سال میں ہماری ایکسپورٹ پرفارمنس بڑھنی شروع ہوئی ہے which is a welcome development. لیکن یہ چیلنج اس لیے ہے کہ اگر ہم باقی ملکوں سے اپنے آپ کو کمپیئر کریں تو ہمارا جو ایکسپورٹ ٹو جی ڈی پی ریشو اگر 8-9-10% بھی پہنچ جاتا ہے تو بہت سارے جو کمپیریبل کنٹریز ہیں ان سے کم ہیں. اور یہ میں چیلنج دینا چاہوں گا ہمارے ہی ایکسپورٹرز کو کہ کیونکہ ایکسچینج ریٹ بھی کمپیریٹیو ہے، کیونکہ حکومت ان کو سبسڈیز بھی دے رہی ہے اور بہت سارے انسینٹیوز دے رہی ہے، تو آپ دکھائیں کہ گلوبل سٹیج پہ یو کین کمپیٹ اینڈ گیٹ آور ایکسپورٹ ٹو جی ڈی پی ریشو ویل ابو دا لیولز دیٹ اٹ از رائٹ ناؤ. اور آخری پوائنٹ یہ ہے کہ ہم نے اپنے ملک میں اپنا سیونگ ریٹ کیسے بڑھانا ہے، کیونکہ اگر آپ ہمیں باقی ایمرجنگ مارکیٹ سے کمپیئر کریں تو آپ دیکھیں گے کہ ہمارا سیونگ ریٹ جو ہے کم ہے. اور یہ اہم اس لیے کہ اگر ملک کا خود سیونگ ریٹ نہیں ہوگا تو اس کو باہر سے بورو کرنا ہوگا، اور اسی لیے ہمارا کرنٹ اکاؤنٹ ڈیفیسٹ بڑھتا ہے. اس میں صرف یہ کہوں گا اینڈ میں کہ اس کو بڑھانے کے لیے اسٹیٹ بینک آف پاکستان جو ہے فائنینشیل انکلوژن کے میجرز لے رہا ہے کہ لوگوں کے لیے آسانی ہو کہ فائنینشیل سیکٹر کو ایکسیس کریں اور وہاں پہ اپنی ٹرانزیکشنز وغیرہ کے علاوہ سیو بھی کر سکیں. کافی سارے لوگوں نے ذکر کیا روشن ڈیجیٹل اکاؤنٹ کا، جو کہ ایک مثال ہے جو ہم نے اسکیم دی کہ اوورسیز پاکستانی سے ہم سیونگز جنریٹ کریں. اور میں آخر میں آپ کو اس اسکیم کے بارے میں صرف اس طرح ایلسٹریٹ کروں گا کہ روشن ڈیجیٹل اکاؤنٹ میں 1.5 سال میں تقریباً $3 ارب سے زیادہ پیسہ آیا پاکستان کے بیلنس آف پیمنٹس کے لیے. پچھلے 1.5 سال میں ہماری فورن ڈائریکٹ انویسٹمنٹ جو آئی ہے $2.6 بلین آئی ہے، یعنی کہ 1.5 سال میں روشن ڈیجیٹل اکاؤنٹ میں اوورسیز پاکستانیز نے زیادہ انویسٹ کیا ہے کمپیئر ٹو دی انٹائر فورن ڈائریکٹ انویسٹمنٹ ان پاکستان. دوسری مثال میں آپ کو یہ دوں گا کہ یہ جو فگر ہے روشن ڈیجیٹل اکاؤنٹ کا $3 بلین کا، جو IMF نے ہمیں دیا اس پروگرام کے تحت، یہ اس سے بھی تقریباً ڈبل. تو کہنے کی مثال یہ ہے کہ اسٹیٹ بینک آف پاکستان جو فائنینشیل انکلوژن کے میجرز لے رہا ہے، اور یہ بھی ایک ڈیجیٹائزیشن اور انکلوژن کا ہی میجر تھا، ہمارا اس میں ہدف یہ ہے کہ اور چینل سے سیونگ موبلائز کی جائے کہ ہمیں اور اداروں سے قرضے نہ لینے پڑے، لیکن ہم اپنی سیونگز کی سورسز کو جنریٹ کریں. بہت بہت شکریہ جی، تھینک یو.
Thank you very much. That was the Honorable Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan. और यकीनन आपने बहुत ज़्यादा पजीराई हासिल की जब you chose to speak in Urdu. लेकिन मुझे लगा कि हमारे वो जो मेहमान बैंकिंग सेक्टर से आए थे वो थोड़े से ज़्यादा परेशान हो गए कि शायद ये सब पे लागू होगा. And I could see people ruffling pages and going back to their notes. But very key points raised over here. I think as Pakistanis there's so much to be proud of. And all these indicators, sometimes the discourse on media, and I sometimes feel guilty for the fact because that's my fraternity. The things that make the headlines is often the bad news. And the bad news is, something that sells, and we tend to focus on it more. And now with the plethora of fake information and, the way it has really infiltrated through our WhatsApps and our social forums, we don't even think twice before forwarding them. This is the smallest thing you can do as a service to the country and to the economy of the country by being mindful of the information that you're forwarding. And now, ladies and gentlemen, when this all becomes a challenge for the leadership, this is also an opportunity for create the right kind of enabling environment and to, of course, have this discourse moving forward with connections and with receptivity. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, our honorable chief guest, we are very proud of his patronage and support to this particular forum as well. This is the third consecutive time that he's made time for our opening address and has mingled with the movers and shakers and policy influencers of Pakistan, heard from them, and of course extended support. And today we are extremely proud that he made time for us, although he wasn't even feeling well. So thank you, Governor Saab, for making time and for being present here. This is the third time that we are hosting you and very proud of it. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome the Honorable Chief Guest of the Future Summit, the Honorable Governor of Sindh, Janab Imran Ismail Sahab.
औज़ुबिल्लाहिमिनश्शैतानिर्रजीम बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। स्टेज पे आने से पहले मुझे पता नहीं था कि आई एम नॉट फीलिंग वेल टुडे, सो आई जस्ट रियलाइज्ड सिंस सिद्रा मेंशन इट तो फिर ऐसे ही होगा। अभी हमने बड़ी पहले मैं सारों के नाम ले लेता हूँ जी। एयर चीफ मार्शल सुहेल अमान साहब, असफर एहसन साहब, अली अकाई साहब, माय ब्रदर रज़ा बाकर, एहसान मलिक साहब, डॉक्टर शमशाद साहिबा, my friend Gayaz Khan. Waqarul Islam is known as representative of Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf. So, thank you so much. Abhi, we just witnessed a corporate romance here for half an hour, and it was very informative, very informative. Starting from what happened when Raza Bakir came to Pakistan, हर शख्स ने शक की निगाह से देखा कि IMF का बंदा पाकिस्तान आ गया है, अब स्टेट बैंक जो है ये हमारे काबू में नहीं रहेगा, और रज़ा बाकर एज एन एजेंट ऑफ IMF will sell Pakistan's assets to IMF where he belongs, और ये सब तबाही का रास्ता शुरू हो गया। Slowly and gradually we started realizing, एज ए नेशन हमें थोड़ी सी आदत है शक करने की कि ये आदमी जो अच्छा खासा प्लेस था IMF में, जो पैकेज यहाँ पाकिस्तान की गवर्नमेंट इसको दे रही है उससे बड़े पैकेज पे था, उसको छोड़ के पाकिस्तान आने की तकलीफ की उसने। क्योंकि एक्सपर्ट्स के पास जो पाकिस्तान से जाते हैं, एक्सेल करते हैं, उनके पास दिल में बड़ी मोहब्बत होती है अपने वतन के लिए। वो चाहते हैं कि अपने वतन में आके कुछ ना कुछ वो कर पाएँ। एंड इज वन ऑफ दोज, as simple as that. और जो स्टेप्स एंड मेजर्स स्टेट बैंक ने इस बार लिए हैं, मैं नहीं समझता कि पाकिस्तान की तारीख में कभी स्टेट बैंक ने इतने ज़बरदस्त मेजर्स लिए थे वो हमारी इकोनॉमी को सपोर्ट करने के लिए। सो हैट्स ऑफ टू रज़ा, यू एंड योर टीम, यू हैव डन अ फैबुलस जॉब। नाउ कमिंग बैक टू व्हाट्स नेक्स्ट। What's next can be another variant. What's next can be another vaccine. what's next can be another pandemic or another bad news or something very good. देखें पाकिस्तान में जिस तरह अभी आपको गवर्नर स्टेट बैंक ने पूरा चार्ट दिखाया यहाँ पे पेंडेमिक के अंदर जिस तरह पाकिस्तान ने फाइट की, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान और इंडिया एक तरह का क्लाइमेट, एक तरह के लोग, एक तरह की हैबिट्स, बट इंडिया के अंदर जो डेवस्टेशन हुई वो पाकिस्तान में नहीं हुई. सो अल्लाह की मेहरबानी के बाद जो अल्लाह ने पाकिस्तान में इस पेंडेमिक को के लिए जो ड्राइवर्स चुने थे, वो आई थिंक वन ऑफ द बेस्ट ड्राइवर वाज इमरान खान. वो हमारे अपने घरों के अंदर ये हुआ कि मेरी वालदा ने मुझे पूछा कि बेटा जब पूरा पाकिस्तान बंद हो रहा है तो इमरान खान को क्यों नहीं तुम कहते कि पाकिस्तान पूरा दुनिया बंद हो रही है, शट डाउन हो रही है, तो तुम इमरान खान को क्यों नहीं कहते कि पाकिस्तान को भी बंद करें. एंड एट दैट टाइम वी हैड नो आंसर बिकॉज दैट वाज अ पॉपुलर मूव. हर शख्स ये जानता था कि जी स्मार्टेस्ट वे टू फाइट पेंडेमिक इज टू शट डाउन द कंट्री. अमेरिका ने बंद कर दिया, पाकिस्तान नहीं बंद कर रहा. वो इतने स्मार्ट लोग, हम ऐसे बेवकूफ़, हम नहीं बंद कर रहे. क्योंकि यही होता है ना जी, जहाँ गोरे ने कर दिया वो बड़ा ज़बरदस्त काम किया होगा, जब हमारी तरह का कलर्ड स्किन वाला जो करे वो तो काम ठीक नहीं है. तो मेरे पास भी उसको जवाब नहीं होता था वालदा को देने के लिए, लेकिन मैं एक चीज़ उनको कहता था कि समहाउ इस शख्स को खुदा की मदद आती है कहीं से. वो अपेरेंटली डिसीजंस जो हमें ऑन फ्रंट हमें लगता है कि बड़ा गलत डिसीजन है, वो इट प्रूव टू बी राइट. ये हमने क्रिकेटिंग डेज से देखा है कि विकेट कीपर को किंगस्टन में ओपन करने भेज दिया, उसने जाके 2-6 मार दिया मैल्कम मार्शल को, सारा खौफ ही टूट गया उसका. जब भेज रहा था तो लोग गालियां दे रहे थे, जब हो गया तो ठीक हो गया. सो ही इज़ नॉट स्कैर्ड ऑफ व्हाट पीपल सेज अबाउट इट. वो करते वो हैं जो उनका दिल और दिमाग कहता है कि ठीक है वतन के लिए, तो वो करते हैं. इट प्रूव्स राइट. हमारे साथ सानिया पाकिस्तान के साथ ये हुआ कि जो भी पाकिस्तान में हुकूमतें आती रहीं, वो पाकिस्तान की जो इकॉनमी है उसको किसी न किसी तरह हर्ट करती रही. आई डोंट वांट टू साउंड पॉलिटिकल है, लेकिन जो फैक्चुअल पोजीशन है, लेट मी प्लेस इट, कि अगर शहबाज शरीफ के क्लर्क के अकाउंट से 4 अरब रुपए निकलते हैं, क्लर्क जो 20,000 रुपये महीना तनख्वाह लेता है, और वो निकल के उसी की पेरेंट कंपनी को चले जाते हैं, वो कहते हैं जी मुझे नहीं पता कैसे हुआ ये. सो दिस इज वन स्मॉल एग्जांपल जिसकी वजह से हमारे मुल्क की इकॉनमी बार बार हर्ट होती रही. बार बार उस इकॉनमी को झटके पड़ते रहे कि जहाँ कोई काम करना शुरू हो वहाँ पे, क्योंकि मैनेज इज करप्शन. सो इस करप्शन से फाइट करने के लिए, इसको कोशिश करके ख़त्म करने के लिए जो तकलीफ़ से हम गुज़रे हैं, जो हमने तकालीफ देखी हैं, क्योंकि ये एक आसान काम नहीं है. अगर किसी सिस्टम में करप्शन घुस जाए तो वो आसान काम नहीं है. हम आज भी जो आप सारे बिजनेसमैन यहाँ पर बैठे हैं, बहुत सारे इदारे ऐसे हैं जहाँ पे आज भी बग़ैर पैसे के काम नहीं होता, बट उसे ठीक करने की कोशिश की जा रही है. FBR को बेहतरीन तरीके से इस्तेमाल करने की कोशिश की जा रही है कि वो आपकी हेल्प कर पाए. वो FBR जो या कस्टम्स जो आपको तकलीफ पहुंचाने का जामिन होता था, वो उसकी कोशिश ये की जा रही है कि उसे किसी तरह से इस लेवल पर लाया जाए कि आप कंफर्टेबल फील करें टू डील विद देम. बिकॉज आप अगर जो इंडस्ट्री रन कर रहे हैं, अगर वहाँ पे कस्टम आपको चैलेंज कर रही है, जो आप कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड से लोग ताल्लुक़ रखते हैं या स्मॉल मीडियम बिजनेस से ताल्लुक़ रखते हैं, वहाँ अगर FBR ही उनको तकलीफ देता रहेगा तो वो उनके दिमाग में बार बार सवाल आता है कि व्हाट एम आई डूइंग हियर, मैं यहाँ कर क्या रहा हूँ, मुझे मुल्क से बाहर चले जाना चाहिए, मुझे फलाना सिस्टम ज़्यादा सूट करता है. ईज़ ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस की तरफ हमने बेइंतहा कोशिश की है. हमने ईज़ ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में आपने देखा पाकिस्तान की रैंकिंग ऊपर आई है. सो पिछले 2-2.5 साल के अंदर जो एक तरफ से आवाज़ आती है कि ऑल इज़ बैड, तबाह हो गया, बर्बाद हो गया, आज हुकूमत गई और कल हुकूमत गई, वो तारीख पे तारीख आती जाती हैं. जैसे पुरानी मूवीज़ में नहीं होता था तारीख पे तारीख, जज साहब, वो जजमेंट डे ही नहीं कभी आ पाता. दे डोंट हैव इट. और इससे झटका पड़ता है हमारी स्टॉक एक्सचेंज को. उधर कुछ तारीख दे देते हैं कि जी अब فلانی تاریخ کو ہم مارچ کریں گے اور اس کے بعد حکومت کا کوئی مارچ ہو جائے گا. 3.5 سال ہو گئے, نہ وہ مارچ کر پائے نہ حکومت کا کوئی مارچ ہوا. بٹ اس سے ہماری اسٹاک ایکسچینج اور جو انویسٹر ہے اس کا ایک کانفیڈنس لیول جو ہے وہ ہل جاتا ہے. وہ تھوڑی دیر کے لیے گھبرا جاتا ہے کہ کہیں ہو تو نہ جائے گا ایسا, یہ کوئی ایسا ممکن تو نہیں ہے. ہمارے پاس ہم نے کوشش کی ہے ٹو کلیکٹ دا بیسٹ ریسورس فرام دا کنٹری. جو بیسٹ برینز ہیں ان کو لانے کی کوشش کی ہے. بی او آئی میں ہم نے اسور احسن کو انڈکٹ کیا ہے. اس سے پہلے جو سیمینارز ہوتے تھے اس میں کافی ملتی تھی. جب سے یہ انڈکٹ ہوئے ہیں تو آسٹیرٹی ڈرائیو شروع ہو گئی, کافی بھی نہیں ملتی اب ہمیں سیمینارز کے اندر. سو وی ہیو, اسور ہیز گریٹ پلانز. وہ جو کوشش کر رہا ہے کہ بی او آئی کو نیکسٹ لیول پر لے کے جائے جس طرح وہ کرے. سو ہیل شیئر ود یو, آئی تھنک ٹوڈے ہیل شیئر سم تھنگ ود یو. تو وہ ہماری کوشش گورنمنٹ کی ہے کہ بغیر ہی ہم یہ دیکھیں کہ کون کدھر سے بلانگ کرتا ہے, اس کا تعلق کس سے ہے, کون سے شہر کون سے صوبے سے بلانگ کرتا ہے. ہم صرف یہ دیکھ رہے ہیں, اس ہنٹ پہ ہیں کہ جو بیسٹ برینز ہیں پاکستان کے انہیں استعمال کیا جائے کسی طرح پاکستان کی اس اکانومی کو اوپر لانے کے لیے. اینڈ آئی تھنک سو فار وی ہیو سکسیڈیڈ ان اٹ. 2-2.5 سال 3 سال کوئی بہت بڑا عرصہ نہیں ہوتا ایک ڈوبی ہوئی اکانومی کو سنبھال کے اوپر لانے کے لیے. لیکن جو پرفارمنس گورنمنٹ آف پاکستان نے دی ہے وہ میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ ایک ریمارکیبل پرفارمنس ہے فار دا ٹیم آف عمران خان اینڈ ہز پیپل ہو آر ورکنگ ود ہم فار اکانومی, اسپیشلی اکنامک ٹیم کی میں بڑی رسپیکٹ کرتا ہوں کہ جو ان کے ساتھ ہے وہ بڑا زبردست پرفارمنس دے رہے ہیں. گوئنگ فارورڈ ہم نے یہاں پہ بات کی کہ بریک اینڈ مارٹر کا ہمیں شاید اس وقت اس سے آگے نکل کے ہمیں سوچنا پڑے گا. somebody told me کہ کرپٹو کرنسی کے اندر پاکستانیوں کی بہت بڑی انویسٹمنٹ ہے. I would like Raza to shed some light on this کہ مجھے بالکل آئیڈیا نہیں ہے اس کا, بٹ ایک پریزنٹیشن کسی نے مجھے دی کہ تقریباً $20 بلین کی انویسٹمنٹ پاکستانیوں کی کرپٹو کرنسی کے اندر ہے. اینڈ آئی ڈونٹ نو یہ صحیح ہے کہ نہیں, لیکن مجھے یہ نہیں پتا کہ 20 بلین ہے یا 2 بلین ہے, ڈزنٹ میٹر. بٹ واٹ آئی وانٹ ٹو نو کہ واٹ پاکستان از ڈوئنگ فار ٹو انٹرٹین کرپٹو کرنسی انویسٹمنٹس. اس پیسے کو پاکستان لانے کے لیے کیا ہمارے پاس کوئی پالیسی ہے؟ ہمیں یہ بھی نہیں پتا کہ پاکستان سے جو کرپٹو کرنسی لوگ خریدتے ہیں از دیٹ اے لیگل ٹینڈر یا وہ ویسے ہی ہوا میں چل رہا ہے. ایف آئی اے نے جو ابھی ایک کارروائی کی ہے 18 ارب روپیہ پاکستانیوں کا ایک ویب سائٹ پہ جہاں پہ کرپٹو کرنسی ٹریڈ کرتے تھے, وہاں پہ اچانک سے وہ ویب سائٹ بھی بند ہو گئی اور وہ لنک بھی ختم ہو گیا اور لوگ بھی غائب ہو گئے. تو وہ دی جسٹ وینشڈ ان ایئر, کوئی پتہ نہیں لگا کدھر گئے. سو ہمارا اسٹیٹ بینک اس کے لیے کیا کر رہا ہے؟ آئی وانٹیڈ ٹو اسپیک بیفور رضا, تاکہ میں چاہتا تھا کہ وہ مجھے اس کے جواب بھی دے دے, بٹ رضا وانٹیڈ ٹو اسپیک بیفور می, سو میں نے یہ قربانی دے دی. اس کے لیے بھائی ہے میرا, کوئی مسئلہ نہیں. سو دیر آر فیو تھنگس دیٹ وی نیڈ ٹو ایڈریس. پاکستان میں ٹیکسٹائل از ڈوئنگ ویری ویل, بٹ آپ کسی ٹیکسٹائل مل والے سے ملیں تو وہ رو ہی رہا ہوگا کہ یار بڑا میں تو پھنس گیا یہ کام کر کے فلانا. پھر اس کو پوچھو بیٹا کیا کر رہا ہے آج کل؟ ایک ٹیکسٹائل میں اور لگا کے دے رہا ہوں اس کو. تو وہ پھنستا چلا جا رہا ہے اس کے اندر, لیکن ایکچولی دے آر میکنگ لاٹ آف منی. میں نے یہ گارنٹی آپ کو کرتا ہوں ود فگرز, آئی کین ٹیل یو کہ جتنا پیسہ ہمارے انویسٹرز نے, بزنس مین نے, انڈسٹریلسٹ نے بنایا ہے پچھلے 3 سال میں, وہ شاید 10 سال پچھلے ملا کے اتنا پیسہ انہوں نے نہیں بنایا. اینڈ اٹس اے گڈ تھنگ ٹو میک منی. ایک یہ بھی ڈیلیما پاکستان کے اندر ہے کہ جو پیسہ بناتا ہے نا اس کو چور کہہ دیتے ہیں ہم فوراً. جو امریکن ڈریم ہے نا کہ جی $500 لے کے ایلان مسک آیا تھا اور وہ آج دنیا کا امیر ترین شخص بننے جا رہا ہے, وہ امریکن ڈریم ہے. دے پورٹریٹ ایز امریکن ڈریم. ہمارے یہاں کیا ہوتا ہے, ہم کہتے ہیں یار یہ اس کو تو میں جانتا ہوں, 8 سال پہلے موٹر سائیکل پہ گھومتا تھا چور. ہر چیز کارٹل ہے, ٹیکسٹائل کارٹل ہے, فلانا مافیا ہے, سارے انڈسٹریلسٹ جو بیٹھے ہیں مافیا سے تعلق رکھنے والے ہیں. سو ہمیں یہ پورٹریٹ اپنے ملک کے اندر جو سکسیس سٹوریز ہیں ان کو ہم نے پورٹریٹ کرنا ہے, دنیا کو دکھانا ہے, اپنی آنے والی نسلوں کو ہم نے بتانا ہے کہ یہ سکسیس سٹوری ہے بیٹا, یہ چور نہیں ہے. دیز آر ہارڈ ورکنگ بزنس مین جنہوں نے محنت کے ساتھ اس ملک میں پیسہ بنایا, اینڈ وی شوڈ بی پراؤڈ آف اٹ. So there are many success stories. میں نے کئی لوگوں سے یہاں پہ ملاقات میری ہوئی گورنر بننے کے بعد بھی, اس سے پہلے بھی, لیکن جو ایکچولی جو ان کی سکسیس سٹوریز ہیں نا وہ ہمارے کیریکولم کا حصہ ہونا چاہیے. ہمارے اسکول, کالج, یونیورسٹیز میں ہمیں پڑھانا چاہیے کہ دیکھو یہ لینڈ آف اپرچونٹی یہ ہے پاکستان. ہمارے یہاں 40% آف دا گریجویٹس گریجویشن کرنے کے ساتھ ہی پاکستان چھوڑنے کی کوشش شروع کر دیتے ہیں, کیونکہ ان کو ہمیشہ سے یہ بتایا گیا وہ لینڈ آف اپرچونٹی ہے, یہاں تو بس رگڑا ہی ہے, یہاں کچھ نہیں ملنا. بیکاز ہم نے, یہ ہماری غلطی ہے ایز لیڈرز, دس از آور فالٹ کہ ہم نے بتایا ہی نہیں ان کو کہ سکسیس سٹوریز اور لینڈ آف اپرچونٹی کدھر ہے, وہ ادھر ہے, ادھر نہیں ہے. سو I take this responsibility, and I would like to request all here who can portray these success stories of great Pakistani achievers, جنہوں نے پاکستان میں اچیو کیا ہے. پاکستان سے باہر بھی بہت سارے ہیں, لیکن جنہوں نے پاکستان میں اچیو کیا ہے, ایز بزنس مین, ایز ڈاکٹرز, ایز انجینئرز, ایز فائنینشیل ایکسپرٹس, ان کی سٹوریز ہمیں اپنی آنے والی نسلوں کو بتانی ہے. اگر ہم نہیں بتا پائیں گے تو وہ شاید they will look down on us کہ جس نے پیسہ بنایا تھا یہاں پہ وہ چور تھا, اور جو پاکستان چھوڑ کے چلا گیا وہ اسمارٹسٹ تھا کیونکہ وہاں اس نے ایکسل کیا. So I think I'm done. This is the message I wanted to give, and from these seminars مجھے امید ہے کہ ہم وے فارورڈ ضرور اپنا تعین کر کے جاتے ہوں گے کہ ہمیں آگے کس طرح سے ہمیں بڑھنا ہے, آگے ہمیں کرنا کیا ہے. آخر میں صرف آپ سے ایک irrelevant ہے لیکن میں آپ سے شیئر کرنا چاہتا ہوں because I'm very impressed with this short story. اشفاق احمد صاحب نے اپنی کتاب میں لکھا کہ میں کالج ڈیز میں رکشے میں گیا تو میں نے رکشے میں 3 روپے 20 پیسے کرایہ بنا, تو میں نے 4 روپے بابے کو دیے کہ 4 روپے تو رکھ لے. تو بابے نے کہا 5 دے دے مینو. تو کہنے لگا, میں نے اسے کہا کی میں 5 دے دا. تو اس نے کہا کہ تو کون سا پلے تو دینے ہیں, دتے میں سے دے, جو تجھے دے رہا ہے اس میں سے مجھے دے دے. تو نے کہا, میں سوچ میں پڑ گیا کہ یار بات تو بڑی گہری اس نے کی ہے. تو وہ بابا نے رکا نہیں, اس نے اس کو کہا اشفاق احمد کو کہ تیری انا کی تسکین کے لیے کافی نہیں کہ میں تیرے آگے ہاتھ پھیلا رہا ہوں, کہ تجھے اور بھی کچھ چاہیے. اب سوچے کتنی بڑی بات اس نے کی کہ میرا ہاتھ تیرے آگے ایسے ہے, یہ تیری انا کی تسکین کے لیے کافی نہیں. اور پھر وہ کہنے لگا, I was out of words, میری سمجھ نہیں آئی تھی کہ یہ ایک رکشے والا اتنی بڑی بات مجھے کہہ رہا ہے. اس نے کہا کہ جس کا حق بنتا ہے اس کو بھی دے, اور جو ناحق مانگ رہا ہے اس کو بھی دے, کیونکہ ایسا نہ ہو جو تیرا رب تجھے ناحق دے رہا ہے وہ اسے روک دے کہ تو آگے حساب کرنے والا بیٹھ گئے. So we all are achievers in our life. We all have been there and done that. تو آپ کے سامنے جب آپ کے پاس کوئی سائل آتا ہے یا کوئی ایسا شخص جس کو مدد کی ضرورت ہوتی ہے, ڈونٹ اسٹارٹ ججنگ اٹ کہ یہ ٹھیک کہہ رہا ہے کہ نہیں کہہ رہا ہے. دیٹس ناٹ یور جاب. یور جاب از کہ آپ نے دتے میں سے دینا ہے, ورنہ پیچھے سے پائپ لائن سے پانی نہ بند ہو جائے. تھینک یو سو مچ. پاکستان زندہ باد.
بہت بہت شکریہ گورنر آف دا پروونس جناب عمران اسماعیل صاحب ہمارے ساتھ موجود تھے. اور سر روش ہی کچھ ایسی ہے, میڈیا ہی بتاتا ہے آج کل کس کی طبیعت خراب ہے, تو پلیز ایڈجسٹ ٹو دیٹ. ویسے میرے مربوط ذرائع اسی ہیڈ ٹیبل پہ ہیں, تو آئی ول ٹیک ریسپانسبلٹی آف دیٹ اونلی. لیڈیز اینڈ جینٹلمین, ویڈ لائک ٹو فارملی کلوز دا اوپننگ سیشن, اینڈ دیر آر مچ مور پاورفل کانورزیشنز اینڈ پینل ڈسکشنز وچ آر گوئنگ ٹو فالو. لیکن آپ نے بالکل صحیح کہا, آسٹیرٹی میجرز اگر ہم صرف اسور صاحب پہ چھوڑتے تو ہمیں شاید چائے اور کافی نہیں ملتی. بٹ تھینک یو ڈاو مارٹن, تھینک یو एंग्रो कि हमारे पास इसके बाद चाय भी है, लेकिन उससे पहले इसको फॉर्मली हम क्लोज करेंगे बाय एक्नॉलेजिंग ऑल आवर वंडरफुल स्पीकर्स। और इसके लिए यहाँ पे मैं दावत देना चाहूँगी द चेयरमैन ऑफ मार्टिन डाउ ग्रुप जनाब अली अकाई साहब, एंड ऑफ कोर्स द चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑफ द स्ट्रेटेजिक एंगेजमेंट्स एट द नटशेल फोरम, एयर चीफ मार्शल सुहेल अमान साहब को कि प्लीज़ accompany the Honorable Governor of Sindh, Janab Imran Ismail Saab, as we'd like to give away these books as tokens of our appreciation to our formidable speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you a little bit about this book as well. It is titled as If Stones Could Speak, Echoes from the Past. And I think it's a perfect closing for our opening session, as we are forward looking, but at the same time we'd love to learn, and we must learn from the past as well. This is compiled by Mr. Iftikhar Salahuddin and Nazeen Salahuddin, who very generously given these for our speakers. First and foremost, please put your hands together to welcome the Chief Executive of the Pakistan Business Council, Mr. Ehsan Malik. May I request all our speakers to please stay on the stage only for the group photograph. May I also request Ms. Rabia Ahmed, the Director and Chief Operating Officer of Nutshell Group, to please join us for this ceremony. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Chairperson of the Pakistan Stock Exchange, Dr. Shamshad Akhtar. और हमारे मीडिया से आए हुए साथियों से मेरी गुजारिश होगी कि हमारे स्पीकर्स के लिए थोड़ा रास्ता बनाइएगा when they are heading towards the stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this If Stones Could Speak, Echoes from the Past, a book by Iftikhar Salahuddin and Nazeen Salahuddin, presented to Dr. Shamshad Akhtar at the 5th edition of the Future Summit. Thank you, ma'am. Please stay with us on the stage only. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the President and CEO of Engro Corporation. Engro Corporation is also our platinum sponsor for the Future Summit, the 5th edition. Please welcome. He is also the Vice President of OICCI, Mr. Ghayas Khan. Thank you, Ghayas. May I also invite Syed Waqarul Islam, the CEO and Director of the Jaffer Business Systems Private Limited and a member of the board, policy board at the SACP. Both Mr. Waqar and Ghayas have been acknowledged for the bromance and the wonderful conversation that we had by the Governor of Sindh. Thank you, Waqar, for being here. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan, Dr. Raza Baqir. Comprehensively explaining to us the healthy signs of the Pakistan economy that is giving us much hope and optimism for the days to come. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the man with the vision who's now been entrusted with much greater opportunities, is now serving as the Minister of State and of course as the Chairman of the Board of Investment and the man behind Nutshell Forum as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Asfar Ehsan. May I request all the gentlemen to please come closer as we now come together for a group picture as well. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, delegates. Our wonderful speakers have been here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to have a quick tea break. It is best for networking and the questions that we couldn't take during the first session, but we shall reconvene in 30 minutes, and we'd see you here, back in here in this venue then.
جی ٹھیک ہے آ جائیں علی صاحب. نہیں یہ پھر کیمرے وہاں سے اس بارے میں بھائی کیوں ہے
Assalamu alaikum and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. In this second session, we have a very powerful theme that we'll be talking about. This is about innovating the future. We understand that things seem fluid and nothing is set in stone. And the uncertainty, which is at the moment the only certainty, can be very, very overwhelming. But is that opportunity or is that a challenge? Let's see how the industry is viewing it. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite our next speakers on board. May I request you to kindly be seated? As I would now like to invite our next speakers. Gentlemen, may I request you to kindly be seated as we are now resuming our second session. May I request the gentleman in front of the stage to please settle down as we'd like to begin. So this particular conversation, as I told you, is going to be centered around innovating the future. What exactly is innovation? Sometimes when we look at the present technology, it feels that the ease, the convenience and the connectivity, it kind of just brings to mind that everything that we needed has perhaps already been invented. So is there room for improvement? Is there room for innovation? And the most important debate that the academia right now is having, how do you equip this present and the coming generations with the right skills to be able to innovate? How do we make them into thinkers and challengers and innovators? How do they come up and cater to new ideas? The whole, the way we look at life, the way we have a worldview, a lot of you may have questioned it and said that perhaps we don't give people room to question. So these will be some of the prominent themes. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Country Managing Director, Pakistan and Afghanistan of SAP, Mr. Saqib Ahmed, who will be moderating this conversation. And joining him for this very powerful conversation, you are the President and the CEO of HPL and the Vice Chairman of the Pakistan Business Council. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Mohammad Aurangzeb. Gentlemen, your theme is Innovating the Future, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Sidra. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. I think let's start with the discussion of innovating the future. I think in the first half of the session, we have been all talking about that how the future is going to be and what are the key parameters that drives the future in Pakistan, especially in the economic sector, and then how the lives of the people can be made easy by using this innovation in technology, and how what is the impact of on the economy by all the banking sector, the telecommunication sector, and how and which direction the country is moving on. I'm very pleased to have Aurangzeb Sahab to be part of my panel today. And I think it's all about how we see innovating the future together and how every industry, which is very much dependent on the backbone of the banking sector and the direction they do today to make to the future and go to the next level where we are looking at today. So, Assalamu alaikum, Aurangzeb Sahab. Welcome to the panel discussion. I think the first thing that I would like to start about is we have already talked about where the direction of Pakistan is going on. I think the first part will be what are the global trends at this point of time when we talk about digital economy, when we talk about financial inclusion, and where the world is going on, and then we connect it to Pakistan, that how these trends can be worked out in Pakistan. So over to you on that front first.
Thank you, Saqib, and thank you once again, Nutshell Conferences, for the invitation. Much appreciated. जैसे आपने अभी जिक्र किया, and let's start with sort of the global views. Is already a very educated audience, so I am not saying something which people won't know, but just to sort of rejig our memories. So I think there are sort of three broad trends which are going on when it comes to digital finance globally. The first one is where things are moving towards the breadth and length of financial services and products being offered through a single platform. So ये जो सारी movement है towards platform companies is going to get more and more momentum, and therefore you see banks, you see payment providers, you see fintechs, all in some sense gobbling up startups, around the world. So यहाँ हमने 2021 obviously in the context of Pakistan we have celebrated very important milestone in terms of $300 million of investment coming into the startups. But if you put it in the context of global numbers, so just the first half of 2021, the VC funds invested roughly $60 billion in sort of these startups. So that also shows the potential that Pakistan can have, if we continue on this trend, because the pool of money out there is huge. That's the first trend. The second one is कि जो हम सबको हमें नजर भी आ रहा है, and the discussion around decentralized finance, right? So we talk about blockchain, we talk about non-funded tokens, we talk about crypto की बात हो रही थी. So I think this is all going to be quite interesting in terms of blockchain, in terms of distributed ledgers. So decentralized finance is a second trend which we should all keep in mind as we move forward. The last one, अभी हम Governor Bakir को भी सुन रहे थे, the role of the central banks, I think is going to be very, very important. That while on one side, most of the central banks are not buying into the crypto story, but number of them are looking at issuing their own digital currencies. So in China, we'll probably now see the launch of the e-yuan as we sort of go forward. And so the whole regulatory environment, I think, going to be very important. And staying with China, where we saw the e-commerce boom, and now essentially during 2021, a huge tech lash, right? So we have seen what the regulatory environment and the governments can do in sort of resetting the tech stack, which were with the likes of Alibaba's and Tencents of the world and JD.coms of the world. So ये I think जो regulatory framework होगा, both globally and then within Pakistan, is going to be very, very important as a key enabler. And that's where some of the more developed countries are bringing in regulators who have the requisite background and expertise as well. So one example would be, and then I'll stop here, would be the new chairman of SEC in the US. He was a professor of blockchain technology at MIT. So if you have that kind of regulator coming in, that can be, pretty interesting in terms of, what the future landscape is going to be in digital finance.
I think that the three important pillars that you mentioned, and especially talking about regulators, and I think as you just mentioned and giving that example of the professor of blockchain coming as a regulator, I think that is where the direction of the world is going in. We need the experts because the whole way of working that we are doing at this very point of time is completely changing. And we need experts at the key positions to guide us and regulate the things which can help us in adopting the way every economy is working. And I think we can talk about the principles over here that you mentioned, because at every country, the role is different and they are in a different economic situation. So it's very important that the regulator is the right guy who can help us in regulating the things. So thank you very much for that insight. Now, moving on from the global trends, let's talking about, because everybody talked about in the first session, the way Pakistan has handled COVID, and there has been a very important role of the banking industry over there as well, especially considering the fact about the Ehsaas program, which has been very proudly talked about. So I would like to a little bit understand that what has been the HBL role in helping in a little bit detail with the Ehsaas program, especially going out and reaching to the people, and how you are able to connect it to the people end to end there.
When it comes to technology, digitization, etc., and when we talk about scaling it up, ultimately, what's going to make or break is the adoption and the greater good that will bring to the society. So it was really in that context that पिछले साल जब COVID came through, and in the early months where the daily wage earners had to be taken care of by the government, and they came up with the Ehsaas Emergency Cash Program, which is the largest social safety net program, not only in Pakistan, but actually in South Asia. So that's where we then came in and partnered with Dr. Sania Nishtar's team in terms of dispersing these funds in Punjab, Balochistan, Sindh, and Islamabad Capital Territory. So we disperse roughly 145 billion rupees to roughly 12 million families. So जैसे अभी Governor Bakir भी कह रहे थे, 12 million families with an average household of about 6 per household, you're talking about touching the lives of close to 70 million people in Pakistan, which is indeed 1/3 of the country's population as we speak. And this could not have been possible without the role of technology, without the use of our Connect platform, because at the peak of COVID, we have the largest branch network in the country, 1700 branches hai. At the peak of COVID, and while all of this was going on, 1/3 of our branch network was closed, in line with the rest of the industry as well. So जो camps में हुआ, जिस तरह biometric verification हुई, इसमें नादरा का बहुत important role था, but we could not have gone through this, and we continue to go through this because as part of a regular Ehsaas Kafalat program, we continue to disperse close to 4 million women on an ongoing basis. वो तो Ehsaas emergency cash program था, but the regular payments to the needy women, that continues as we go forward through this Connect platform and the use of digitization, and that's roughly about 30 billion rupees on an annual basis.
Yeah. I think this is where the technology comes in. I think it's not anymore about one industry that takes care of how to make the life of the people better. Because if we see from the banking industry over here, we are talking about technology, we are talking about innovation, we are talking about reaching to the people, we are talking about the complete digital supply chain that becomes impactful, and that's where the impact of the banks come in, where they are able to hold that innovation in their heads and able to implement them as well. I think ये चीज़ बहुत important है कि किस तरह आज हम इस banking innovation के through end-to-end end user and customer के पास पहुंच रहे हैं, which are able to reach out to the right group of people, and that makes the difference. If 70 million people, as mentioned, are the ones that are getting impacted through one, and we are going to be being provided, it's a great achievement from the HPL front and overall from the banking fraternity there as well. A little bit changing the discussion and talking about a public-private partnership over here. HPL has been very forthcoming around that they would like to go into it. They are trying to help government in different ways, but just forging around and seeing how the public-private partnership can be helped around in the private sector as well in the public sector of Pakistan. There is different initiatives. There is one initiative that I heard with Pakistan Post that HPL is also talking about and thinking about taking on. So how do you see that public-private partnership taken on by the banking sector, and give an example from HPL side with Pakistan Post, a little bit elaborating on that one?
Ji Zahid, so again, technology, digitization, this is all about possibilities. And actually, once you build the pipe, the pipe jo humne ye Ehsaas ke liye we built it, so you can continue to come up with new use cases in the context of public-private partnership. So, जो examples मैं आपको दूंगा वो ये है कि during 21 we started the subsidy payments to the farmers in conjunction with the government of Punjab and KPK. तो ये जो आपने अभी बात की है वो बहुत important बात है कि the importance of digital finance in this is कि एक तो transparency है, number one. Number two, these are targeted subsidies. So the recipients are, there is no issue कि जी सही recipient को पैसा मिला या नहीं मिला. And the third thing is the ease of doing this. So fertilizer की जो subsidy है, so previously the farmers would have to go buy the fertilizer and then later on ask and seek for reimbursement. Now, again with sort of biometric verifications, etc., with the help of the Kisan card, they get identified. And at the dealer, they just have to pay, they have to make net payment. So targeted subsidy already उसमें include हो चुकी होती है. Another use case would be where we are working with the government of Sindh, where we are dispersing stipends, again using the Connect platform and these digital channels, to hundreds and thousands of female students to carry on their education. So yes, some of those use cases, and then a lot of my industry friends are sitting here. So the industry is helping out, again using the digital channels in terms of the large-scale collection of tax revenues. So with FBR, we are going to further step it up in terms of the new initiatives by the government. But these are all those use cases which are going to come into the picture. And Pakistan Post, I'll just hold back because we're hopefully during the course of this month, we will be signing the formal contract with them. But wahan bhi thought process yahi hai कि how do we sort of revolutionize the whole, the postal service and bring them into really into the front line of service providers using the digital technology.
That's excellent. If we think over the examples that has been given from the education side, from the agriculture side, talking about the digital supply chain from the post side, and we thought about that how banks are connecting the innovation along with the backbone that is there, I think it's a great impact on the overall society that we are interacting with. So, and that's the impact that innovation and technology brings in today. And we don't realize that at which very touch points of our lives, this innovation and technology is impacting the life of the people around us as well. So all these are very great examples. Since we are talking about a little technology, you see there is a lot of discussion on cloud these days. That there are different cloud solutions, the data cannot go outside Pakistan, the residency can be anywhere, the regulations of State Bank are defined, the PTA are there. How do you take about the cloud solutions and their implementation in Pakistan, and do you see what are the regulations that are further required which will help the banking sector in using the cloud solution to its maximum capacity?
देखिए, one thing is very clear कि cloud is one way of ensuring the bottleneck that comes in terms of the infrastructure support. And if we have to scale it up, this is quite frankly the only way to do it most efficiently and the quickest way to getting it done. Ab jo international clouds hai, like Amazon, I mean, that cloud obviously, provides many analytical tools and service tools as well, which can be used as required. लेकिन जैसे आपको इल्म है, this has been a regular point of discussion with the State Bank. I think we have moved the needle in terms of their approvals, at least in terms of the non-customer data, in moving that across to usage, non-customer usage into cloud infrastructure. There are still reservations with respect to the customer data going in there. But ultimately, I think we have made good strides, Saqib, and we are moving in the right direction. But there's a lot more to do because जब हम digital Pakistan की बात करते हैं, वो without moving to the cloud infrastructure in totality, we will not be able to get there within the time frame that we would like to get there.
I think absolutely right. I myself coming from the technology company, I think I absolutely agree with you that moving forward is the direction towards the cloud, and overall the regulatory affairs should be very much be in line with that one to help overall the industries to use the best use of the technology that is available today. I think it's very difficult for every company in their respective industry to take care of the infrastructure, and if infrastructure can be taken care by the technology vendors by themselves, it will help the industry to focus on the areas which they are expert about. So I think that's very relevant on that front. I think just remaining on the regulations, how do you see State Bank is helping you out, or the new policies that they are bringing in? Is there anything that has improved with time, or is there more areas that you would like to see them as part of the digital State Bank policy as well, which can help growth for you in the banks and help the people of Pakistan in that sense?
Well, again, with respect to State Bank, the way they have started the consultation process over the last sort of couple of years, not only just limited to the banks or the commercial banks, but they've sort of spread it out, and number of IC faces sitting here and senior leaders sitting here who are part of that overall ecosystem which has come under the purview of the consultative process that State Bank has started. So abhi ye jo digital licenses ka abhi framework aaya hai, I think it's very progressive, it's forward looking, from our perspective it's very exciting in terms of at least getting the journey started in that direction. और उसके अलावा obviously number of things which have happened in the payments platforms. We've seen the introduction of RAS, So in that sense, State Bank not only has been very forthcoming in terms of the COVID measures, etc., जो Governor Bakar भी बात कर रहे थे in terms of turf and Rozgar scheme, etc. But the way they have, taken a proactive stance around changing customer behaviors, right? Because मैं वो बार-बार एक ही चीज़ दोहराता हूँ कि जो 21 में और 20 में हुआ around the customer behavior, कि there are decades where nothing happens, and then there are weeks in which decades happen. So with respect to this digital adoption in terms of customer behavior, that's exactly what has happened. So इसलिए State Bank का वो again मैंने शुरू वहाँ से किया था कि regulators का बहुत important role होगा in terms of taking this ecosystem forward. So I think they've taken some very positive steps and they've been very progressive about it.
I recently attended a course in INSEAD, and one of the topics that were talked about was that how overall you can want to invest in a certain country. And the three parameters that they defined out was clearly the ease of doing business, and then the regulatory institutions, how much they are independent in making the decision-making process that they do. And the third important factor that they talked about, and which was, they said that the recent invention in the whole thing was the happiness index of that specific country that we are talking about. So when these three things get together, then they were mentioning about that is the country that they would like to put their investments on there. And I think that's what you rightfully, the second point that you highlighted in terms of the importance of the regulatory framework and their importance, how independent they are in the respective countries to make the decisions that can help overall the growth of the economy as well. In your last point, you talked about a little bit customer experience here. What has happened in Pakistan that our customers are getting much more educated, and they are getting much more experience, and they are getting much more technology savvy as well. They now want all these technologies at their hand, and they want to do all these things of customer experience management on day-to-day basis and improve them as well. How do you see in the HBL and in the banking sector the role of customer experience management, how we can improve it further in terms of the people of Pakistan with their technology savviness as it's improving day by day?
Dekhiye, with all the banking friends sitting here, digital or analog or anything, customer centricity obviously has to be there. And ab hua ye hai ki with this whole progression on the digital side, what are the customers looking for? They're looking for faster, cheaper, better. That's one. The second is unke jo choice sets hain wo badh gaye hain, and the cost and ease of switching has become pretty endemic, right? So bade आसानी से अपने service providers को अब पहले branches में जाना पड़ता था, branches account बंद करें, किसी और में जाके फिर KYC, AML, go through that kind of process. So that means that within the industry, and then certainly within HBL, we have to take stock of all of these developments which have been, as I said, which have been really galloping over the last two and a half years. So what does that mean? That means that we have to bring in the right design thinking at the product and process level. We have to, हमारा जो mobile app है, whatever, constantly looking at the UI, UX, so the whole customer experience part of it. Then अभी हमारी बात हो रही थी around data and the data analytics, because we have invested quite a bit of funds into our data lake, and the first set of reports on data analytics are coming through, because that's going to be critical. Because increasingly the clients and the customers are going to be looking for more bespoke solutions, right, as part of this whole digital journey. And then the last part of it is also what we do at the back end. So wahan robotic jo process automation hai, RPA, in almost every single process that we touch, the more we take the human interaction and element out of it and we sort of push it in the RPA direction, ye sari jo combination hai, that is going to, वो जो बात करते हैं, how do you delight the customer? So in HBL, quite frankly, we are in, a very early part of our journey. I'm very clear we have a long way to go, but I'm also equally clear that we have started on the right path and the right track. But it's a long journey.
Yeah. I think rightfully said on that, very friend. I think in the first session it was talked about that the millennials and everybody is coming in, their thinking pattern is totally different. And if we talk about the banking 20 years back, from typical branches, standing in the lines, and from the side today, where we hardly go to the branch today, and our whole experience is going through that digital or IT to judge how we are able to achieve the results that we are looking at. Although this digital and IT is very good in the cities, people are educated, they are able to reach out to the people. But when we talk about with most of the population coming out on the villages, and we are talking about the people who are still trying to get connected to the technology, how do you see that you have to go beyond this? You know, this customer experience in the cities is a different manner, but how we can increase our reach to the people in the villages, and how your bank can do a certain role around that one as well?
देखिए साकिब, this is very important because we have talked about digital and digital finance, but digital finance is not an end in itself. और हमें इसको इसी तरह सोचना चाहिए. It's a means to an end, and that end is more financial inclusion. As we bring, more and more people into the formal financial system, which in itself is now going digital. तो इसलिए I think we'll have to, reverse our thinking. कि हम इस एक्चुअली करना क्या चाह रहे हैं as we go forward, and through our own experience. मैंने पहले भी कहीं जिक्र किया था कि 2018 तक it took us 70 years as the largest financial institution in the country to get to a client base of 12 million. We closed in December 2021 at a client population of 25 million. Now, we did not do anything vis-a-vis our brick and mortar, kuch upar, kuch niche, but it was essentially the branchless banking platforms and whatever we thought in terms of mobile first thought process. तो इसलिए हमें जो सोचना है वो ये है कि how do we actually move towards financial inclusion and use this digital technology to get that going. और ये जो आपने बात की है ये बहुत important है because you don't need the Apple phones and all of that good stuff. अब ये जो latest December में launch हुआ है the Asan mobile account, right, AMA. So that is feature phone, right? और उसमें आपने *2262 hash करके you're going to send the message out, your account is going to be opened. Now in technical lingo it's level 0 account, so 25,000 तक अगर आपने कोई account खोलना है और आपकी transactions की limit उसके नीचे है, which is a large part of our population can be served that base. So that's a good starting point in terms of the ease of opening through digital means. And now we have to, again as an industry, we have to build more use cases around it. क्योंकि हमने actually लोगों को incite करना है, incentivize करना है कि why should they leave the cash economy and come into the formal economy through the digital channels. So a lot of work, quite frankly, cut out at our end as HPL, but overall in the industry as well.
Thank you very much. Aurangzeb, as we are coming to the end of the discussion, any final message to the people?
देखिए मैं सिर्फ एक बात कहना चाहता हूँ कि हमने we spent bulk of the last 20-25 minutes talking about digital and digital technology, and I think that's very important. Lekin innovation is not just technology and digitization. Innovation is also thinking out of the box. और उसमें मैं सिर्फ एक example मैं HPL की ये देना चाहता हूँ कि जो हमने जो कुछ pilots किए हैं with respect to our agriculture interventions. क्योंकि ज़्यादा thought process ये है कि जी जो farmers हैं उनको subsidies मिलनी चाहिए, उनको interest rate free loan मिलने चाहिए, लेकिन हमने उसको थोड़ा सा reverse engineering की. So rather than thinking of financing the farmer, we said let's finance the crops. So maize के हमने pilots किए, rice के pilots किए, तो हम उसमें कर क्या रहे हैं पिछले 2 साल से कि we buy the inputs for the farmers. And now talking about small farmers, कि उनकी खाद और बीज हम लेकर उन्हें दे रहे हैं. Then we have agronomists. जी 1 minute. तो we have agronomists जो उनको जाकर small farmers को advise करते हैं कि किस तरह उन्हें बीज और खाद इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए. फिर we bring in mechanized farming, so it's more precision in terms of sowing and harvesting. And then we also agree on their final offtake with the companies who come and buy this. इसका जो फ़ायदा हुआ है और ये हमें Princeton Institute ने validate कर दिया है ये कि the yields have gone up by 22%, And by reducing the role of the middlemen or the aarti, the amount of money which has gone into the pockets of the small farmers has gone up by 100%. And now, inshallah, we are in the process of scaling it up, taking it to southern Punjab, KPK, Balochistan, Gilgit-Baltistan, because that's another way of approaching the agriculture GDP and, inshallah, growing that GDP in the country. It's not really technology driven, but it is innovation in terms of out-of-box thinking. Thank you.
Excellent. I think we talked about today overall the global trends. We talked about which direction Pakistan in terms of the state bank and the regulator that is important. We talked about innovation and technology, the impact on the life of the people and how we can make the life of the people better. And we also clearly talked about that, especially in the agriculture portion, and how we can increase and reach out to the masses to that very front, which can help the whole the technology front. When I talk about innovation and technology, it's an horizontal way now of reaching to the masses, because all the industries now are standing on this horizontal framework of innovation and technology and trying to help the people in Pakistan and try to make the life of the people better in Pakistan. Thank you very much, Aurangzeb, and looking forward for all these initiatives to be complete in our next talk, where you will talk about the success of these ones as well. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. May I request you to kindly stay up on the head table? We just have a couple of souvenirs as a token of our gratitude that will be going with you. But thank you, Aurangzeb Sahab, for emphasizing that innovation is just not limited to technology, because that's the first thing that comes to our mind. But of course, there's so much happening. The commodity price that the Governor of State Bank also alluded upon, and food security, they are very much going to be the crux of our focus at the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request the Chairman of the Board of Investment, Mr. Asfar Ehsan, to please join us up on stage and present these books as a token of our appreciation. I cannot help but keep wondering, a big round of applause, of course, ladies and gentlemen. I can't help but continue coming back to the choice of book, which is so appropriate. At the Future Summit, we talk about if stones could speak, echoes from the past. These two books will, of course, be going with both of you gentlemen as a token of our appreciation and gratitude for your valuable time and contribution at the 5th Future Summit. Mr. Mohammad Aurangzeb, the President and the CEO of HBL, the largest financial institution of Pakistan, and also the Vice Chairman of the Pakistan Business Council. We'd like to present the second one to the Country Managing Director, Pakistan and Afghanistan of SAP, the person at the helm of the Technology and Innovation Affairs, Mr. Saqib Ahmed. Gentlemen, may I request you to come together for a group photograph? May I also request Mr. Ali Akai, Ms. Rabia Ahmed, and Air Chief Marshal Suhail Aman Sahab to please join us up on stage. This important conversation that our viewers are also watching live on the Nutshell group Facebook pages, the Martin Dow Facebook page, and of course at the Nutshell YouTube channel. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. May I also request the stage managers and the organizers to please set up the stage for our next panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a house full and very focused on the finances. At the end of the day, it's the dollars and cents, the rupees and the pesas that are the reality of business. So let's dive deep into that. Next one is titled as Leadership for New Economic Realities. There's a lot of adjustment happening. Of course, we've spoken about the patterns and the trends in terms of the ecosystem, the technology, and the new ideas which are coming. The driving force, of course, is the idea and the vision of financial inclusion of all sectors of the society and all sectors of economy. But I could not help but notice, as Saqib and Aurangzeb Sahab were talking about it, what is the role of the leadership? How do you provide and design that enabling environment is something that comes to our mind. You can't be very tight-lipped, you can't be squeezing them, because otherwise it opens up another set of challenges. But can you really afford to be as liberal? I was recently at a conversation which was about the Roshan digital account, just mentioned in the opening ceremony. And I remember one of the embassies of Pakistan mentioning if we can forego the requirement that anybody who's an overseas Pakistani is going to open an RDA account, if the source of income, that declaration could be done away with. I mean, these are all choices and aspirations that we all have, but just to tell you that these are the ground realities, and of course there's a business advantage to it, but as signatories, as designing a responsible, transparent lifestyle product, that was a big question mark to all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, how will the leadership be adjusting? This one will have some of the biggest names of the Pakistan financial sector and industry present here. Together they will share and allude upon the various realities and how they're all coming together to formulate the bigger picture. Is there more opportunity or are there more challenges? And what is the motivation and how and where are we driving that motivation to sort of continually meet these challenges and carve out the opportunities from them? First and foremost, I would like to invite our moderator for this panel discussion. Please put your hands together and welcome the founder and CEO of Planative, Ms. Ayla Majid. Ella, your mic is there and it's working while we're waiting for the setup to complete. I believe that there will be handheld mics for the rest of you. Again, the SOPs remain the same. They're sitting in close vicinity, but whoever is speaking may take off their mask. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the President and the CEO of Faisal Bank Limited, Mr. Yusuf Hussain. Please also join me in welcoming the President and the CEO of Habib Metropolitan Bank, Mr. Mohsin Nathani. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, the President and the CEO of JS Bank, Mr. Basir Shamsi. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mohammed Shoaib, CFA, CEO of Al Mizan Investment Management Limited. We have a message from our other two members. Unfortunately, Mr. Shahzad Dada could not join us in the panel, and we are expecting we might be joined by Mr. Atif Bajwa, who is the President and CEO of Bank Al Falah. Ayla, over to you, and the timer will be marking the last 5 minutes of the panel discussion for your perusal. Thank you very much, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Sidra, and a pleasure to be moderating this wonderful session with these amazing panelists. Like Sidra mentioned, Shahzad Dada, UBL President, unfortunately could not join us. He is recovering from COVID, but he sends his best wishes. He really wanted to be here. So the discussions that we've been listening to since this morning, they have set the stage very aptly in terms of what are the challenges that are there going forward in the future. Entering 2022, we see lots of challenges. Of course, the last 2 years have had a lot of impact on the same, but I think going forward, what we see is that we have sheer resilience. It'll be important to sort of note that what are some of the challenges going forward. So if I talk about the global scenario, the challenge of the global leadership, both in terms of politics as well as technology, climate change, and glad to hear a lot of good conversation since the morning here as well. It is for real, and of course, greenwashing is not going to work. Sustainability is the main driver for organization strategy going forward. The reality of work from home has changed the dynamics so much in terms of how organizations have adapted themselves, and would like to, of course, hear how the banking sector is doing that. There's also, of course, a challenge that a lot of people are really, not everyone is very ready to come back to work. As per an Economist survey, 85% of the women still feel that they are pretty comfortable working from home, and the number for men as well is not that less, it's around 75%. For the employees, it's sort of like a 50-50 ratio, but for the employers, 75% of the employers, of course, want their workforces to be back, so there is a lot of readjustment that needs to be made. of course, there's like all these global trends, people now going to space. There's a space fanatic billionaires race. But I think one important area which we should start thinking about is the metaverse. How is that going to shape the future and going forward? And I would like to sort of start the conversation with our amazing panelists. Since financial institutions sit on the largest pool of capital, how do they see these trends? Mohsen, I would like to ask you first. What are your thoughts on the going forward trends given these challenges?
Thank you very much, Ayla, and thank you very much, Natshil, for inviting us here for this panel. And as you said in your introductory comments, that our previous speakers have touched upon the leadership aspect and what's happening around the world. I think it's, and I remember, Subha jab shuru hua tha session, to Air Marshal Saab ne, when he talked about leadership, he talked about innovation, passion, empowerment, and then subsequent speakers also talked about it. So what I would like to start off by saying is that there has been a lot of talk about leadership, a lot of research about leadership globally over the last several decades. In the last decade or so, we've been hearing that leadership is not only about having technical knowledge. In fact, it has moved a lot away from technical to more leaders who have a high EQ in ability to work with people, etc., etc. So we've been seeing that transition and change. But if you look at the last couple of years, what that pandemic has done is it has really accelerated the whole change. How leaders have to think. It goes beyond not only the technical aspects, goes way beyond how they would look at their own businesses. We heard Governor Raza Sahab say this morning about exogenous factors, which has become so true, कि आज आपके ऊपर जो आपके काम पे impact आ रहा है is more so because of external factors than your internal factors. So the reason I'm sharing this with you is with the audience is that the whole leadership game has been changing and now has become even more critical to understand what is required, what it entails, and our way forward. Everybody has talked about digital, so I won't go too much into digital apart from saying that yes, we use the term as disruptive, evolving, change, etc. All of these terms are absolutely correct. But bottom line of digital ki ye ho gayi, and in the context of leadership is that the organizations have to be focused on the change this is bringing about. The whole buying behavior, the whole consumer behavior. आप retail outlets को देखें जो पहले retail outlets पे sale पर depend करती थी, in 2 years time 50% of the sales are online. You look at the whole travel industry. 5 साल पहले हम hotels ढूंढते थे, fax करते थे. आज आप website पे जाएं, you're able to choose whatever you want. So the whole buying behavior is changing. So the relevance of this is that the right leadership who's going to be focused on the digital evolution actually will be able to determine the future of their own organization. The organizations will either go forward, who have an open mind, and God forbid, if they're not adapting accordingly, piche ho jayega. So this is one thing that I wanted to mention in the leadership aspect. A couple of other points I would also want to make is the whole the development aspect of leadership and then the talent jo humne grow karna hai. Now this is an area where I don't think इतना अभी भी focus across the board है जितना होना चाहिए. The success again of the organizations will depend on the leader that they have or the leadership team that they have, which in turn is developing the next line, third line of talent. This includes gender diversity, this includes people with disabilities, this includes a mix of the younger generation versus the more experienced generation. So I think all of these things will have to be brought about in the planning, and I would actually go to the extent of saying that in today's world, a success largely will depend on the leadership if they're able to develop the next second or third line. ये कोविड ने बहुत सारी चीज़ें एक्सेलरेट कर दी हैं. अभी जो गवर्नर सिंध कह के गए या जो स्टेट बैंक गवर्नर कह के गए हैं, they are perfect examples. What did the state bank do during the crisis? Governor said March से लेके जुलाई में they came up with schemes which had never been thought about before. And coming up with schemes means a lot of work. They have stakeholders involved, थे, banks थे, regulators थे, etc., etc. उन सब के साथ आपने agree किया, launch किया, execute कर दिया. इसी तरह से NCOC की बात हुई जो गवर्नर इस्माइल साहब कह रहे थे. A lot of tough decisions were made. So what is again the relevance of the leadership over here? To be able to think outside the box what the new world requires. In today's world, businesses को आप देखें, supply disruption हुई हुई है, logistics disruption हुई हुई है. Yet businesses, many businesses in Pakistan are doing exceptionally well. So I would just sort of conclude by saying that to deal with the new world, I would ascribe that the leadership requirement, the leadership challenges, and the leadership development are really, really paramount.
Mohsen, thank you so much. Really good points. And I think in particular, I would like to highlight one again, diversity and inclusion. And I think now with the use of technology and even work from home actually provides opportunity to employers. And of course, Aurangzeb, the president of HPL, also mentioned that digital is a means, and of course going towards increasing financial inclusion. Yusuf, I'll come to you and I would ask your thoughts on what are the important challenges and things to do in terms of and also from the perspective of Islamic banking while using these tools and to enhance financial inclusion.
Hello. I think पहले तो मोहसिन ने बड़ी अच्छी बातें की. I think एक point जो मैं उसमें add करना चाहता हूँ वो है empathy का. You know, you have to realize that what does your customer want and what does your sort of workforce want in terms of an enabling environment. So ये जो है ये actually realize करना पड़ेगा और कर भी रहे हैं लोग कि दुनिया कैसे change हो रही है और इसमें requirement क्या कैसे change हो रही है. तो it's the speed of the change. And I think another important part is कि जो dependencies upon external partners हैं. So not every organization is capable of handling that change. और internal developments के ऊपर जब organizations जाती हैं तो वहाँ पर फिर problem होती है, time लगता है. So I think it's very important कि जो external हमारे पास channels available हैं, external partnerships हैं, उनको banks के अंदर या in general भी हम उसको tap करें so that we can match the speed of the change. और I think it is very, very important कि जो empathy along with speed of the change and the external partnership. So these three things I would like to add what Mohsin said. अच्छा, अब Islamic banking के बारे में अगर बात करें तो it is absolutely an important element in terms of the financial inclusion. जो State Bank के surveys हैं और in general हमारी जिस तरह की market है वो ये clearly indicate करती है that a large proportion of our potential customers do not have a banking relationship because they feel that they need to have the Sharia compliant solutions available and interest perspective say they're not that comfortable in terms of conventional banking. And that's why if you see that Islamic banking growth as compared to the conventional banking growth is almost 50% more. So there is a general liking in terms of Islamic banking. There's a very strong preference. So Faisal Bank, we are going through this journey of converting from a conventional bank to an Islamic bank. It's probably one of the largest conversions in the world that a running bank is going through. So हमने जो customer behavior वहाँ पर देखा है, वहाँ पर ना सिर्फ जो है वो आपको growth मिलती है in terms of the new customers, बल्कि existing customers भी जो है वो they have a preference that if all things are the same in terms of the product availability, in terms of the channels that are available, then there is a strong inkling towards Islamic banking. So we have seen that, and it is clearly a preference. इस चैनल को जो है इस्तेमाल हम भी कर रहे हैं और आई थिंक तमाम बैंक्स इसको यूज़ कर रहे हैं. ऑब्वियसली फॉर कमर्शियल पर्पसेस तो अपनी जगह पे है कि आपको एक मार्केट मिल रही है नई और उसके अंदर ग्रोथ है. बट आई थिंक फ्रॉम अ फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन perspective as well, so there is a lot of market, there are a lot of people who actually have a preference for Islamic banking. I think the important part is कि इसके लिए channels available किए जाएं. इसके लिए education in terms of understanding what Islamic banking is, that is a clear gap. So hopefully जैसे जैसे banks इसके ऊपर focus कर रहे हैं और इसकी understanding बढ़ती जा रही है और इसके number of branches जो हैं access to the banks बढ़ता जा रहा है, so I would think that it should act as a major sort of booster in terms of the financial inclusion.
Thank you, Yusuf. Indeed, financial inclusion, enhancing this is so important for our overall economic growth and economic drive. And of course, bringing in now the digital channels hopefully will also sort of help scale this. Basir, I would turn to you and ask you that in the going forward and in the era of new economic realities, how has JS Bank taken on some of the challenges and turned them into opportunities?
Thank you, Ayla. So, and I'm going to talk about, of course, you've spoken about the pandemic, and I come from a treasury background. So for me, the pandemic meant there was extreme volatility. And with this kind of volatility, it is very difficult to predict what will happen. But what you do need is you need to react very, very quickly. Because you are not quite sure what the right decision is, but you react quickly. And almost many of the people here are my age, and they would remember a quote from Tom Cruise in the movie Top Gun: "There's a need for speed." So as a leader, what do we really do? As a leader, one of the main things we have to build in our organizations is culture, right? And as you've always heard, culture eats strategy for breakfast, right? So we have to build culture. Luckily at JS Bank about 3 years ago, we started building a culture of, everybody's heard the term, building an agile organization. We started this 3 years ago, but frankly, of course, some trainings, and it's a buzzword, and we was going through it, but adaptability was, I must admit, slow. And then came the pandemic. And frankly, it was a kick in our backside, like you could not imagine. And it really pushed our agile organization agenda forward. Now, lots of people are here, and we've heard agile, and it means different things to different people. Within our own bank, it means different things to different people, depending on what you do in the bank. So for a technologist, agile would mean simple project delivery in agile versus waterfall. For our HR head, it would mean a flat organization with enabled teams. For our product head who's here, it would mean cross-functional teams and fall fast approach to life, right? But yes, all of that is agile, and all of that is true. But to me, agile is all of this and a lot more. It is innovation in a nutshell. It is a whole culture in an organization that we can move faster, we can make some mistakes, and we can get up and we can start running again. We have, even with the help of the pandemic, I'm saying, it pushed us in that direction. I think we are still only a third of the way there, even after these 3 years. Yes, some of the squads are there now. Some of our technology is developed in an agile way. We've had transformation. We've had maybe 8 direct reports as opposed to 4 direct reports. We have a flatter organization. But we are only a third of the way there. But what I want to say to you guys, with this very limited success as a leader of getting an organization only a third of the way there, what we've really been able to achieve, and I have to look at our relative speed 3 years ago and today. What we've been able to achieve is time to market speed, which is probably 3 times faster than it was 3 years ago. And that's the crux of it. When the pandemic hit, Dr. Raza Sahab was talking about those schemes. Someone had to execute them, right? Those are a lot of schemes. If you saw that graph, there was a new scheme coming out literally from the State Bank every 3 weeks, right? It was turf, but it was reorganization, the debt restructurings, there was payroll finance. It was a number of these things. We were able to take a lead in it despite our size, I think because we had that mindset. 2, we actually reduced the number of branches during COVID, and we were able to bring all of our technology platforms in-house because we realized there was a need for speed, and having our main customer-focused applications led through vendors was like saying we've outsourced our main branch to someone else. So in those 2 years, we brought all of our technology platforms that are customer-facing in-house. As a bank, to build tech is not that easy because you're not used to it, right? So we were able to do that. Then we started coming out of COVID. And then there was a need now to start pushing the economy, to start looking beyond COVID. So there were all these schemes, again, from the central bank, some from Islamabad, like Kamyab Jawan. We were able to lead in Kamyab Jawan, in SME finance, in mortgage, and now, of course, there's digital onboarding, which is now live. There's Rast, which is a huge priority. So all of these things we were able to do because we had a mindset to have an agile organization. And I think as leaders, we are still very far from where we need to be. Today, our customer is moving way faster than we are. And today, we are very thankful that our regulators are also moving faster than we are. Remember, the customer wants instant gratification. They're using Netflix. They're using Spotify. They don't want to wait for anything to open in 4 hours or 24 hours. And they need it error-free. So guys, I suggest giddy up. It's time to move really fast. And building, as a leader, if you can build an agile organization, it's going to help you get there. So that's from my side.
Thank you, Basir. And I think being like almost everyone is a bank customer here of one of the banks, I think the customer expectation, of course, is like a seamless experience. And obviously, everybody wants agility. And I like the fact that the banks as well as the regulator is now so focused on that customer experience and sort of making changes as per the dynamics that really acquire, and of course with the right kind of speed. Shoaib, I would turn to you and ask you, obviously in the same realm with regards to the technology, how AI and data analytics, of course you are from the asset management side, would like to hear your thoughts how that industry perhaps has reshaped, and also would like to get your thoughts on that going forward. I'm actually quite intrigued that we should start thinking about metaverse, augmented reality, virtual reality. Is that going to impact your industry? Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for having me here. As you rightly mentioned, compared to the other esteemed guests on this panel, I'm probably odd man out, not belonging to a bank. So I would try to relate to my area, and as you rightly said, in the last decade or so, we have been hearing a lot about the artificial intelligence, machine learning, robo-analytics, robo-advisors. But what has actually happened in the last 20 months, or 22 months, I would say, as this element of change has really compounded. And that has really impacted different businesses. And then I will try to relate to my business. So one thing that I would like to highlight is that when this change is happening, now the change which is happening today is not only amplified, as Aurangzeb mentioned earlier, but there are 3 dimensions of this change. And these 3 dimensions are, number 1, the change is perpetual. So it used to happen that change ho rahi hai, phir thodi stability aa gayi. Now it is perpetual, it's occurring all the time in all the dimensions. The other is it's pervasive. It's unfolding in multiple areas and in each and every aspect of life. And the third is exponential. So it is change is accelerating at an accelerating pace. So from the perspective of a true leader in this new environment, I think one has to handle these elements of change in a very positive manner. And since I have some academic background as well, being a professional, but I've always been associated with academics. That's why I was involved with CFA Society for the last 20 years. And recently I had an opportunity to go to Harvard Business School in October last year. And in one of the sessions, we were talking about a study done by Stanford, actually, on this concept of sapient leadership. what is the leadership that is needed for tomorrow. And then I related to it, and that is something we are trying to implement in our organization and in our culture as well. So there are basically 3 or 4 very important elements which I would like to highlight here, and then I will tell you that how we have worked on that side. So the first and the very important element of a new leader is that traditionally the concept of leadership was that the approach was to show up as a leader, I know it all approach. Now that approach has to change. The pace of change is so much and it's so dynamic that you have to take your team together. You have to have empathy. We talked about it in some of the earlier sessions as well. You have to engage with your team. You have to develop cross-functional teams. You have to make everyone fully participate in that change. The other important point that I would like to talk about is the second point is continuous learning. And that is the spirit which has to be followed. And in that context, I would say that I think one thing very important is that technology is very, very important. But as a leadership for change, what it requires is that not only you spend and invest in technology, but you also invest in your people to make the right use of that technology. If you have a very innovative products and the solutions, but your team is not well equipped, then certainly you will not be able to make the most of it. And if you have a very good human talent, but if it is not connected with the right technology, it is doomed for failure. So these are a couple of the thoughts that I wanted to share. And as far as Al-Mizan's experience is concerned, I will relate it to what has happened, that we were already on a digital transformation journey when this pandemic attacked us in February 2020. But Alhamdulillah, we were among the very first organizations actually to go 100% on work from home model. We invested very heavily in our digital assets. We equipped our sales team with a very new sales app so that they can connect digitally with their customers. We completely changed our processes, and it took us like about 2 months actually to make a fast leap on that side. And the end result is very, very pleasant, very, very surprising. So in that year of pandemic, Al-Mizan investment grew by 66% in terms of assets under management, which was a record in the last 20 years. The other thing that I would like to share is, and obviously that journey, we have not stopped that journey is continuing. So another very important thing that I would like to report is that in terms of our volume of transactions, and probably this could be an inspiration for some of the big guys sitting here, 88% of our transactions are paperless. So when a customer does 100 transactions, 88% of the transactions have no paper involvement. It's all done digitally. The other important thing is we refined our back office processes as well. So in terms of paper consumption, we have cut down our internal paper consumption by 50%. And last thing that I would like to share is Governor Sahab was here, and RDA, there's been a lot of discussion how it is contributing to the economic welfare of the country, how it is helping the expatriates. So Alhamdulillah, वो जो कहते हैं ना कि वो हज़रत इब्राहिम अलैहिस्सलाम को जब वो आग में फेंका गया, तो वो एक चिड़िया थी, वो एक पानी का कतरा लेके जा रही थी. तो किसी ने से पूछा तुम्हारा क्या रोल है, तुम क्या कर लोगे, एक पानी के कतरे से क्या होगा? तो उसने कहा कि देखें मैं अल्लाह ताला के पास जाके बताऊंगी कि मैंने भी इसमें हिस्सा डाला था. So although our share is very limited in the RDA mutual fund accounts, but because of all this transformation that we have gone through, 88% of the mutual fund accounts opened through RDA have been opened by Al-Mizan Investments. So I think we have a long way to go, and this is a continuous change. We have to get ourselves equipped, we have to be ready, and that is my message to everybody here. Thank you.
Thank you, Shoaib. So this is a demonstration of that leadership is very outward-looking and and with an approach that all stakeholders' interest really needs to be looked after. And I would sort of turn towards a slightly sort of different dimension, that planet and the environment is such a big stakeholder. And climate change is actually a systemic risk for the financial institutions as well. It impacts the overall global economy, impacts each one of us. Now, sitting on the largest capital pool, I'll reiterate, what is that the banks are doing, and I would like to sort of ask your thoughts on outside the traditional sort of things that are already being done. The State Bank, of course, has a very good scheme for implementation of renewable energy, but would like to sort of know as to what additional interventions are there, and how can banks and financial institutions demonstrate their leadership in reduction of emissions. So, Yusuf, I would like to start with you, and the same question to everyone. Thank you.
I think unfortunately इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा काम जो है वो नहीं हुआ, ठीक है, but you know it's the other way around. Actually the banks are learning from their customers, so a lot of exporters actually, because there is a global requirement in terms of meeting the environmental standards, so a lot of customers are actually doing it, and the banks are actually learning from them that what needs to be done. बट अगर आप ये इसमें कहें कि कोई बहुत ज़्यादा इसके ऊपर फोकस आया है, इस हद तक फोकस आया है कि लॉट ऑफ अस एक्चुअली डोंट वांट टू फाइनेंस ले से द कोल प्रोजेक्ट्स, ओके, सो एक अवेयरनेस की हद तक ज़रूर इसके ऊपर फोकस आया है, बट आई थिंक इसके ऊपर कोई अभी तक कोई प्रॉपर ऑर्गेनाइज्ड तरीके से फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर जो है वो कंबाइन नहीं हुआ. अच्छा, इसके ऊपर एक जो एफर्ट की जा रही है जिसमें fortunately I'm also a part of that, is the group that Dr. Shamshad has set up on ESG. So वहाँ पर some good work is being done at PICG or along with the Pakistan Stock Exchange as well, and SCCP and some other government entities as well. But I think we are far away from that. So there would be a requirement, I would say, for the banks to do some responsible lending. The boards are becoming aware of this. This is a real sort of threat to our country. आप देखें लाहौर में क्या होता है हर साल, और इस्लामाबाद और पिंडी में भी अब शुरू हो गया है. सो ये जो अवेयरनेस ऑन एन ओवरऑल बेसिस लोगों की भी और फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस के पर्सपेक्टिव से भी इन टर्म्स ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबल लेंडिंग, it's some time जो है ना उस पे लगेगा, और I think the effort has to be put in by the financial institutions.
Sure. So, like you said, that not much is being done. There's so much that needs to be done, and of course, commendable work that is being done under the leadership of Dr. Shamshad Akhtar, the PICG and PSX task force. I actually see this as a big opportunity. Just now in Glasgow, the commitment is about $1.3 trillion. I think banks should be actually sort of really getting up, and they should be sort of picking up a lot of speed, because this is the way to go forward, and it should be rather at the forefront in terms of the agenda setting. Mohsin, your thoughts?
Just to add to what has been said, I think I would actually say that a lot is being done and a lot needs to be done. Both, I would put both. I wouldn't say कि काम ज़्यादा नहीं हुआ है. अगर आप सिर्फ स्टेट बैंक की स्कीम्स को देखें, एंड बासित टॉक्ड अबाउट एग्जीक्यूशन, तो इसकी एग्जीक्यूशन किसके थ्रू हुई है इस रिकॉर्ड पीरियड में? बैंक्स के थ्रू हुई है. जिसमें मैं दो चीज़ें आपको बताऊं. आप ये पूरा हाउसिंग फाइनेंस देख लें, और विद इन हाउसिंग फाइनेंस आप ये लो कॉस्ट हाउसिंग देख लें, मेरा पाकिस्तान मेरा घर. इट्स अ वंडरफुल कॉन्सेप्ट. इट वाज अ ग्रेट नीड इन द कंट्री. गरीब आदमी प्रॉपर्टी नहीं ले सकता था. अब उसकी एग्जीक्यूशन पे काम हो रहा है. नाउ all the banks are working very hard. There are numerous challenges undoubtedly. Pace uski bahut tez rakhi gayi hui hai. We are all having to work very hard to deliver that. But the bottom line here is that banks believe in that cause and the benefit it will create for the wider society. So I think इसी तरह से रोशन डिजिटल पे बहुत सारी बातें हुई हैं. रोशन डिजिटल उस वक्त इम्प्लीमेंट किया गया जब दुनिया भर में लोग कहते थे बैंक्स में अकाउंट खोलना इज़ मोर डिफिकल्ट. सबसे मुश्किल काम हो गया दुनिया में बैंक में अकाउंट खोलना. जब RDA लॉन्च हुआ 48 घंटे में आप बैंक में अकाउंट खोलें, दुनिया में किसी मुल्क में बैठे हुए 150 से ज़्यादा ममालिक से अकाउंट खोलें पाकिस्तान में. आई थिंक देयर हैज़ बीन अ फिनोमिनल प्रोग्रेस that the industry has been able to make. Yes, there is a lot of demand on the banking sector because there are various initiatives being worked upon. But I would actually say a lot of good, and I won't go into the details of the digitization of payments, State Bank kar raha hai, single window operation, etc., etc. So I think there is absolutely wonderful work, in my opinion, that is happening, and it is putting pressure on our resources and our infrastructure. But yes, we will all develop and we will all learn and we will execute, inshallah.
Sure. Yeah. I would just like to correct myself. I think I said 1.3 trillion. No, it was 130 trillion actually. So huge pools and pots of money that is available out there. And given that we are one of the most climate change affected country, I think we should be going forward and getting our fair share, because in terms of contributing to global emissions, we are not the biggest contributors, of course. So again, State Bank, of course, has this very good scheme for the RE. I think banks are in the position to push their customers and push a lot of industries in terms of how they can innovate if they have the right kind of financial support. Basir, your thoughts?
Gee, thank you. So, I'm sure many of us, you know that we lead the country in a big way in residential solar. So we are the largest providers of financing for residential solar. And we do this in partnership. So we have about 40 vendors that work with us, with our customers. And in addition to that, we use the State Bank scheme, which is this amazing scheme. It is subsidized down to 5%. Rate, and as you know, residential solar payback is about 4 years. So we lead that, but further we have coupled that with the program we have with the USAID, which gives us a credit comfort. So together, as a three-way partnership between ourselves, the central bank, USAID, and these vendors who have the end clients, it has worked really well for us. But in addition to that, for the last 4 years we've worked, and finally we've gotten there last year, is we've signed up with, and we are the first commercial bank in Pakistan to sign up, is GCF, which is the Global Climate Change Fund. It was a 4-year process. GCF, unfortunately, is like the World Bank. It's a very slow-moving organization. But nonetheless, we finally got there, and we have a $200 million allocation for projects in Pakistan to lead through GCF. So it's gotten us there.
Lovely. Yeah, so I'll, since we have just 3 minutes left, I'll just move to the last question. And Shoaib, I'll start from you. Which sector do you see that is going to be, or which maybe 2-3 sectors which are going to be the game changes? Why, and what interventions that will be needed? Shoaib, can I start with you and then work backwards?
Can I share some thoughts on ESG first? Yeah, I will just take 1 minute. Okay. So basically, we all know that customer is the king. Right? In our segments, apne segment mein. In my opinion, for anything like ESG to happen, the demand has to come from the customers. And that is happening globally. I was talking to one of the fund managers from Fidelity a couple of weeks ago. He said, हमारी जो investment products है ना, हमारे तो client आके पूछते हैं कि भाई आप ESG को देखते हैं नहीं देखते? आप climate factors को देखते ही नहीं देखते जब investment करते हैं तो नहीं करते. So I'm pretty sure this is happening. Dr. Shamshad also mentioned about that. टेक्सटाइल्स के जो कस्टमर हैं वो उनसे पूछते हैं कि आप क्लाइमेट फैक्टर्स को देख रहे हैं, ESG फैक्टर्स को देख रहे हैं. So is that going to be the case with the banks? The investors who are investing in the bank shares are tomorrow going to ask, what factors do you consider when providing financing? So I'm totally against any regulation to regulate it. It has to be a private sector initiative. It has to be demand coming from the investor. And exactly the same thing which we saw in the Islamic mutual funds. As soon as there was a demand, we saw that the growth of Islamic funds doubled that of the conventional funds. So I'm sorry, there's little time, so I would probably pass on to Basir.
Sure. Yeah. So Basir, your thoughts, 30 seconds. Which industry, why, what interventions?
I think the whole, again, I come back to the same thing, the whole intervention today has to be around sustainable energy. And I think the mess that the discos are in is we need to get off-grid solutions.
Sure. Mohsin, the same to you.
I think in the local context, recent times के हिसाब से आप देखें तो जो ये पूरा government का construction पे initiative है, I think this can be a game changer. Not certainly in the next few years, but more on an ongoing basis as well.
Sure.
So I would like to add another sector, which is IT. I think on the IT exports front, really need to get our act together. A lot of good work is happening. Unfortunately, उसका पैसा बहुत दफ़ा मुल्क के अंदर नहीं आता है, हमें visibility नहीं है उसकी. So things have to be organized. I think there's a lot of scope over there.
Thank you, gentlemen. I think very, very important thoughts. All these sectors are, of course, very important, whether it is construction, that is fueling the whole economic growth, renewable energy, technology. I would just add a few. And I think Ali, right at the beginning of the morning, he mentioned healthcare. I think healthcare is so important, and so is agriculture. And the way I see is that this is like a web connected, all of this, so there needs to be a lot of collaboration. Earlier when I was making notes, I'd made, so is the regulator or are the regulations ready for this? But I think there's a good momentum and there's a good pace. It feels that the regulations are evolving with the going forward trends. Of course, there's so many lessons that we've learned that prepare ourselves for the future. And I think we are slowly and gradually overcoming the biggest trust deficit. There's so much need that we need to work together. I'm still very inquisitive about metaverse. Probably we need to dedicate an entirely different session for that. Thank you so much, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure moderating this session. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. May I request the entire panel to please stay up on stage with her, and what an enlightening conversation. Love the fact that our four leaders, in laying out the challenges and what the future is going to look like for the leaders of the future, emphasize that perhaps the regulation way and the tightening of the nose is not the way forward. The demand has to be more organic and coming from people. You've also highlighted that the upcoming construction, housing initiatives by the government, energy and IT are some of the fields you see a lot of potential in. And most importantly, all these are going to be priorities. One cannot take away that each are important, just as Ayla mentioned, healthcare is important and so is metaverse, but the fact remains how we sequence them and the jigsaw puzzle and the sequence evolves. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to let our panel go away without a token of our appreciation. For this, once again, may I request Mr. Ali Akai, the chairman of the Martin Dow Group, Chief Marshal Suhail Aman Sahab, the Chief Executive of Strategic Engagements at Nutshell Forum, and Ms. Rabia Ahmed, the Director and Chief Operating Officer of Nutshell Group, to please join us up on stage. To give away these set of books, may I request Ms. Anam Akai, the Group Director, Business Growth and Strategy at the Martin Dow Group, to please join us up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for her. Ma'am, may I request you to present these books? First and foremost, maybe present to Mr. Yusuf Hussain, the President and CEO of Faisal Bank Limited. May I now request Mr. Mohsin Nathani, the President and CEO of Habib Metropolitan Bank, to please come forward and accept this on our behalf. We'd now like to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Basir Shamsi, the President and CEO of JS Bank. And last but definitely not the least, emphasizing the agility for future entrepreneurs and leaders, Mr. Mohammad Shoaib, CFA and CEO of Al Mizan Investment Management Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to also present our lovely moderator, Ms. Ayla Majid, the founder and CEO of Planative, a book of, as a token of our appreciation, this beautiful book. If Stones Could Speak, Echoes from the Past by Iftikhar Salahuddin and Nazeen Salahuddin. For a group photograph, may I once again request the Chairman of Board of Investment, Mr. Asfar Ehsan, to please join us up on stage. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd now like to take a 30-minute working lunch break. May I request you to come back formally because we have 3 very exciting, very insightful sessions post-lunch. So once again, thank you for your presence. We'll take a quick 30-minute break and be right back.